Yes, karibuni kwa show yetu. It is starting a bit red, but no problem. Yeah. We can count ourselves blessed. We always have a place where we can come and talk a little for a few hours, and we go to the things which we are used to. So that is one thing which I really feel good about, and we will continue having these shows until until the election. So despite my schedule, nimejitoa kufanya hii kazi mpaka to make sure tumeshinda. Yeah, for sure some big things are happening, and we need to actually look at them. Although hata watu wengine wanaacha Ruto, we don't need to focus on them. Wanaacha Ruto because of their own personal interest, but wacha tu waondoke tu. I saw Mwanjuma as Ruto. Na wacha nikuambie, unafaa kujua ni mbaya ukianzia tu kuona hata watu hawana value wanakuacha. People with no value leaving you, watch out. Akina Aisha Mwajuma, they have already identified that ya kwamba ati Ruto is no longer a safe place to be. Ukianzia kuona watu wana maana wanakuacha, ni Ruere. That's what I'm trying to confirm to us. Watu wana maana wanakuacha, we jua ni hivyo. Kaput. So wakati niliona Aisha Njumwa anaacha Ruto, ndio nilijua kimo cha Ruto kimo toni. He cannot be saved. Yeah. How are you left by useless people? Yani you have no capacity to satisfy useless people. Makubwa kweli. You have no capacity to, can you imagine? Ruto has no capacity to satisfy useless people. Can you imagine ati tufike level Karen Nyamo Karen Nyamo awache Ruto. Yeah, anyway, Philandu, she can be spy, she can be what she want. But tunajua hao watu hata wakihama, we are taking them with a whisker. Tunawashika na kijiko moto. Hao watu si hatuna, but it has negative effect to Ruto, whether she is a spy or not. Because you can imagine, useless people wanakuacha. You don't know. Let me show you that useless. Aisha Jumwa is very useless, by the way. Ati anaanzia kuona niliangalia tu Aisha Jumwa tu na cheka tu. Let's look for him. Ati Aisha Jumwa ati anajua siasa. Ati Aisha Jumwa knows the right side of politics. Nilisikiliza tu Aisha Jumwa tu nilikuwa na cheka bwana. My God. Aisha Jumwa anakuacha. Ai, wewe umeisha bwana. Karibu sana King Daniel. Ken Daniel. Ati Aisha Jumwa, ukiona watu kama Aisha Jumwa anakuacha, wewe ujue ushaisha bwana. There's nothing which can save you. Aisha Jumwa anakuacha. She might be a spy or whatever she is, but ndiye huyu.
Chopa yako nilibaki mimi na pai, na katika chopa yako nilibaki mimi na pilot Faruk Kibet na askari wako ambaye ni bodyguard. Wakati huo nilikuwa nazunguka na wewe kila mahali katika taifa hili. Na leo Your Excellency unaniofa mimi baada ya kushinda tena a cabinet slot. Na leo kwani wewe ni nani? Wewe kufanyia kampeni na nikakubeba peke yangu kabla wale wanaosema wanakushawishi wewe kunisaliti mimi. Kwa hivyo leo wewe ni rais. Mimi hata kazi ya kufegia katika serikali yako sina. na nikamwambia ya kwamba umenihumiliate vya kutosha, umenifunga vya kutosha, na labda kama huna habari, nimefukuzwa katika ikulu kwa sababu viongozi wa pwani walikuwa wamekuja kukuona, na nikakuandikia message na hakuna vile ulinijibu. Nimekuwa humiliated. Hata wewe mwenyewe ukija Kilifi ni kama haunijui tena. Your Excellency, kuniahidi tena mimi kwamba nikufanyie campaign ndio uje unipe slot, wakati wewe leo ni rais bila hata usaidizi. Imenichukua muda sana kuyavumilia yote haya, na mpaka mwisho ni leo. Umenisacrifice mara nyingi kwa neno moja tu, look at the bigger picture. Na nilimwambia I have no problem with the bigger picture, lakini nataka tu wapatie watu wa Kilifi na hata mimi haki zangu za kidemokrasia. Kwa hivyo imenichukua muda sana, na imefika wakati, kwa sababu nimeweka ahadi kwa watu wa Kilifi ya kwamba mimi Aisha sitawa betray, sitawa disappoint, and I will never let them down. Nataka niwape nafasi watu wa Kilifi waende wakafanye maamuzi ya kunichagua, ama wakafanya maamuzi yao ya haki ya kidemokrasia katika debe kuchagua viongozi wao. Na mimi nataka niwaahidi kutoka leo, kama nilivyosema, mimi si mwanachama tena wa chama cha UDA, na maamuzi nitakaoenda kuyafanya hapo mbeleni ni maamuzi ambayo watu wa Kilifi County wataniambia ni wapi nisimame, ili kila mtu akaweze kupata haki ya kufanya maamuzi katika debe. Kwa sababu Your Excellency, ninaombi tu moja, ninaombi moja kwako Your Excellency. Nilipatia hofu sana. It is a threat. It was a threat to me. Na kuomba jinsi ulivyowaamini wale, waache wakutafutie ama wakupiganie ndani ya pwani hii na Kilifi County. Na mimi pia uniache nikiwa salama, ili nikaungane na yoyote yule ambaye atakuwa amezizungumzia ideologies zake ambazo zitawafaa watu wetu wa Kilifi County, pwani na Kenya kwa ujumla. Ombi langu kwako Your Excellency ni hilo. Usinidhuru, usinidhuru. Asanteni sana. Mungu aibariki Kilifi na wabariki watu wa Kilifi.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
Karibuni na wakaribisha kwa show. What I was saying is that Ruto is being left by even useless people. Can you imagine hata watu wana maana wanakuacha? Ni nini kingine unaweza kume? Unajua kuna watu wakiondoka kwako unasema na huyu mtu amelusa set. Can you imagine imagine kwako wezi wakikuja, badala ya wavunje nyumba waibe kile kiko ndani, wanaiba zile ziko hapo nje, zile ambazo hata utumii. That is how I have confirmed Ruto ameisha, Ruto ameisha. Yeah, Ruto ameisha by the end. That is why he is extremely desperate in destroying Kalonzo. Nilikuwa nikijiuliza surely Kalonzo kweli anaenda kuungana na Ruto at his worst point. It doesn't make sense. But at least alijitetea, tutasikia speech yake. But ukianzia kuona Ruto anaachwa, can you imagine Aisha Jumwa aende, utaona hata akina Karen Nyamu akitoka, they will suddenly become clever. So ati anasema tuwe mzee, which role are you using to know thy enemy? Ama cheza video ya Ruto. Mimi kuniambia ati Ruto alikuwa anapeana State of Union address ama ni nini? Hiyo nayo I can't. Anyway, Aisha Jumwa. Aya, nipe swali hapo nikuwekee. No, niwaambia hapo. Hiyo ni pole yako. Uliza swali hapo nikuwekee. And my poll is here. Let me give you the results. Let me give you my poll. Inafungua, it is loading. So meanwhile, let me put for you Kalonzo as I go to the poll. Okay. Kalonzo leo amepatikana. I think I want to put where strategically Kalonzo is speaking. Nakupea poll sahi, ikifungua nakupea. Nataka kukuwekea yangu. Relax. So wacha tusikie vile as Kalonzo is speaking, I will be giving you the numbers.
Well, to our brothers and sisters in Linda Mwananchi, as I told you, under the tent, very historic tent out there, and we had consultations, and I remember what you said, Edwin, that under that tent, we have lost some colleagues to death and others to greed. We lost our brother Raila Odinga, and lately our brother Abubakar Zain, who was the head of my secretariat. We lost others who came and preached to us elite consensus, quote unquote. There are no time, absolutely no time for this country, but for themselves. And therefore, as I welcome this wonderful team on behalf of Wiper Patriotic Front, I am so thrilled because you have also come kulinda Kalonzo. Because I'm under an attack, a terrible attack, that I met William Ruto yesterday, even this morning. I'm supposed to be joining him for 7 o'clock presser. Understand you'll be asked the question, are you talking to the opposition? That's the reason I called for this press conference. So that we are talking to all of them, including Kalonzo. Mekuja kunilinda kweli. Kulinda hilo jina ambalo kwa uwezo wake Mwenyezi Mungu nimejaribu sana kulilinda. Wakati wa kulinda katiba, kulinda utu wetu kama wananchi, the right to a free democratic society is clearly enshrined in our Constitution 2010. It's a document that has enabled even you, Linda Mwananchi, to get to where you are. The right to assemble, the right to go for the highest office in the land. And so we know that my younger brother here, Edwin, is running for president. I can tell you that on the 10th of October last year, I forgot to bring that declaration of intent, which was given by WPF, that I, as we speak to you, I'm their presidential candidate. I'm sure you know Ndugu wa Munyoro is a presidential candidate for DCP. I'm sure you know that my brother Eugene Wamalwa is a presidential candidate for DAP. I'm sure you know when we went for PLP, our sister, my twin sister, Mother Karua, is a presidential candidate for PLP. Tumeenda kuwinda. Ukiwinda, hamwezi kupitia njia moja kama ni adui sampli hii ya William Ruto. Napitia routine na ile ingine, but we want to assure Kenyans that we are going to unite. We have no option. All of us who love this country so dearly, who have sacrificed so much that this country can be a true democracy, not a dictatorship, not a kleptocracy, not a gangster regime, not a gangsterism, which is what it is today. So I want to tell Mr. William Ruto, please stop. Stop imagining that one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka can ever join you. We'll meet at the ballot. We will have that conversation at the ballot on the 10th of August next year, God willing. We pray to God that He gives you good health. He gives us good health. Tukutane pale, so we can now consolidate our democracy. Amen. And do away with this pretense. The people of Kalao are an amazing lot of people. They have actually brought, in addition to the Gen Zs, the people of Kalao are amazing people. They have shown that the right to development is a basic right. The right to get those roads and all those other things is their right. But they will write, they will vote, and there's such a determination. I think we have a 2002 moment. I remember that time, any of us trying to look backwards, wananchi walikuwa wanamwangalia kabisa. Yeyote yule ambaye atathubutu kuharibu hisia na matarajio ya watu wetu wa Kenya, atajipata kwingine kubaya sana. So I want to conclude by wishing Linda Mwananchi well.
Thank you so much.
We are waiting for you. On Monday, I am the party leader of Azimio La Umoja One Kenya. Once you have sorted out your the registration details, and by the way, the Honorable Karoli Omondi is a Secretary General. I'm the party leader. We have a meeting on Monday. The council, which is chaired by President Uhuru Kenyatta, and the executive, which I chair also as party leader. We have almost clearly visualized the way forward, but we continue to share that with you. But in the meantime, fight hard. Don't relent. I gave you some of the foot soldiers. I gave you Patrick Makau, member for Mavoko. I gave you kijana yangu, Deputy Secretary General, Mashako, because you wanted, you complained that watu walikuwa naangalia sura za nyinyi, unaona wanaume wenye nyuso dark. You wanted that tight face. Kijana mwembamba, Mheshimiwa Kimilu, member for Kaiti. And I think that this is the spirit of freedom. We come along with Senator Richard Onyonka, Senator Khalwale, kijana Kibagedi, kijana yangu, over time. But of course now we are trying to do something. Wakili Njiru Ndegwa, Senator Ambua, of course, is the only one remaining. I was tempted to tell him. Sorry.
I must be the baddest that you ever done saw.
Congratulations, you found Perscolas. We train people for careers in IT.
Sorry. Let's calm down. Iko sawa?
Amenyongwa na mate. So Anne, unfortunately sasa hiyo pole yangu sasa sijui itatoa aje, because that is what I'm getting. In fact, on the flip side of the story, in my poll, I get Sifuna having some positive numbers. And one interesting thing in my poll, actually, Sifuna and Gachagua, both of them are at the 50% mark. So Sifuna and Gachagua are actually at 50% mark. So that is an equation you can, and this is an algorithm which is doing this, by the way. So that's an equation you need to start thinking about. The other thing is that even if Ruto was to, I'm not saying they will because he has confirmed, even if Ruto has to combine with the Kalonzo, they are in sub 30s, below 30s. So whichever the way, can you imagine now where Sifuna, Gachagua, Kalonzo and Matiang'i work together? Hiyo ni kuniuku Ruto tu mara moja. That would be a total nuking. When nataka tuongea na wewe, I want you to help me digest this data, because you are the highest consumer of this data, sababu wewe ndio unaitisha. So you have said that Ruto should be having 5 to 9. I don't know why I cannot see that, and I don't know why. You are saying 5 to 9. My poll is giving times 2 of that, your expectation. I don't know, like, hiyo algorithm nimeifanyia kazi sana, so I don't know, like, I don't think and you know, I've been able to sieve negative data. So this one is purely positive. It's purely positive comment on that person on the same data array. So okay, forget about Ruto. What about do you think Sifuna is slightly behind Gachagua? I want you to let me know that. Scientifically, they are almost the same, because a difference of 1 is not much. So a difference of 1, that one is the scientific closeness. So Sifuna and Gachagua are polling the same way right now. I would say that. Yeah, because I'm having an error margin of 1.5. So Sifuna and Gachagua are at par. So pia nataka muniambie, like, hii ground ya Sifuna ni gani? I want people to help me understand hii ground ya Sifuna ni gani? Yeah. Then sasa I don't know what is happening na mtu wa Kipril, because unajua, like, if your numbers are below 2%, it gives you 0. So sijui mtu wa Kipril shida ni gani? Let me just 26.4 plus 24. Already Gachagua na Sifuna wako at 50.4. Already they have won an election. Hata wakienda wa then plus 16.9 plus 28, that is 95, plus how ingine 90. They're right. Others below. How ingine, anyway, I don't know, like, namba za Martha Karua sijui ziko wapi. Yeah, numbers za Martha Karua sijui. Yeah, and I'm trying to understand this data, because once you get information, you want to digest what is happening. And then you see, kwa hii data, actually, when I compare na last week when I checked, Ruto was actually reduced with the 2%. Then there is something interesting. In my data, Kalonzo is stagnant, totally stagnant. Matiang'i ana oscillate na +1 -2 +1. So Matiang'i anaenda 15 anarudi 13. Like Matiang'i anarukaruka 15 13. So Matiang'i anachezea between 13 and 15 hapo. So data ya Matiang'i it goes to a maximum of 15 inarudi 13 inasimamia hapo. Kalonzo is purely stagnant. Kalonzo is purely stagnant. His data is reducing or increasing with the points, 0.1, 0.2. So I think the maximum Kalonzo can get as per now as an individual in 15. Hiyo nishamsila hapo. So Kalonzo cannot go beyond 15 on his own. So if then ndio sasa nataka muniambie sasa, I'm hearing some of us tunasema we need to give the most senior person presidency. So let's say Kalonzo, okay, let's say Kalonzo is part of Mount Kenya na wakuja na Gachagua. So they will be commanding 39. That is 24 and 15. That will be 39. So Kalonzo and Gachagua, they will be having 39 to 40. Hiyo sasa 39. So they will be having 40. Meaning that Gachagua and Kalonzo, statistically, they don't have enough numbers. If that is if you want Mount Kenya and Ukambani, so Mount Kenya and Ukambani, the two blocks, they do not have what it needs to turn the election. So they need another person. So I'm doing permutation here. I'm combining for you. Kalonzo and Gachagua do not have enough numbers. They need another person. So if Kalonzo and Gachagua have to form the presidency, they will need Matiang'i to come and turn on their numbers, or they will need Sifuna. Then there is a question which I'm asking myself. If 13% ya Matiang'i, does it remain if Matiang'i is not a presidential candidate? If Matiang'i is just like a cabinet secretary, does Matiang'i go with this 13%? Ni swali tu najiuliza. Ama 13% it will go elsewhere. That is now something which that is now my next phase of research. And najiuliza, if Sifuna is not a presidential candidate, are we remaining with this 26? Is this 26 still part of opposition, regardless of what Sifuna is? Those are the questions I'm asking myself. Hii 24% ambayo Gachagua ako nayo, does it remain with opposition if Gachagua is not part of presidency? That is the biggest question we need to ask. If 15% ya Kalonzo, does it remain with opposition if Kalonzo is not part of presidency? That's now the next point. And that one I don't want to, again, I want to use an algorithm for that one. It's better than just pouring people. And I can tell you, this number even Ambido cannot get. Even I've told you with a lot of authority. These numbers even Ambido cannot get. She will need to poll the whole year to get this number. This number, even Ambido herself cannot get. And these numbers include even your opinion, for your information. The data has even been able to harvest all of you. Kule muna commenting. So you are part of the research. Hata wewe, hii number hata wewe uko ndani. As long as their presence, you comment positively or negatively. It is because our data pool is very big. We have a very big data pool. Very, very big. This one is having, let me check for you the data points which were considered for that one. Nataka tu kuangalia the data n, the n value for the sample. Yeah, I'm having 964, 816. 964, 816. That is my sample size. Slightly less than a million. Slightly less than a million. So I have to boast with this data because the Ambido uses 2,000 people. Yangu tu iko na less than a million and more than 900,000. So if we can take it more to like 2 million, we can actually get a more precise information. So yeah. So and I'm having 964, 816. Those are my data points. At least I'm proud of that. Getting that data point is not easy. So I can tell you this one is beyond the but unajua the other time muli criticize muliniambia sijui, so that's why I just use it for my own thinking. I just use it as a toy. So mi nafanya tu because watu waliniambia ni ujinga. Yes, those are my data points. Correct. Niko na 900,000. At least that one is a bit representative because even if we have 20 million voters in Kenya, I'm double sure at least I've considered close to 5% of Kenyan population. Yeah, 5% of Kenyan population. So if we can be able to take it to like around 15%, and I can tell you now, we can eliminate that error to close to 0 point something. Yeah, close to 0 point. So maybe let me give you my conclusions. Wacha niingize Kipril kuja criticize my data. Let me give you my conclusion ili sasa Kipril naye aingililie. Number one is that Sifuna and Gachagua I don't know whether it is Gachagua or is his front. They can actually build the presidency. They don't need any assistance. For them, they can build. If you have to use Kalonzo and Sifuna, you need a third party to come and turn for them the number. So you can have Kalonzo as president, then you can have Sifuna as a deputy, or you can have somebody from Gachagua as a deputy or whatever. But they will still need another number. They will still need another key figure to turn for them number. So that is the thing. So what I don't know is if we have a third party. Like that's also something which we need to consider. Like if we have like 3 platforms, which I don't think they will be there. Like tuseme tuko na platform ya Ruto, then tuko na platform ya maybe Sifuna and Gachagua, and then tuko na platform ya wale wamekasirika, the third one. So maybe all the other guys pia wakuwe na platform yao. How would that one, which one would start pulling votes from the other one? Those are things which we have also to look at. But ile kitu iko, so me I want somebody to advise me. Kalonzo really wants to be the president. He really wants to be the president. So ile swali najiuliza ni hii. If you want to be the president, who is he looking at to endorse him to be the president? So and will those people be willing to endorse him? And his numbers are not very good. Hiyo tu ni maswali tu najiuliza. Like it is obvious that Kalonzo Musyoka numbers are not very good, but we understand that he has experience. And maybe many people are saying he could be the best compromise president. But how do you support him and you convince the other people who feel their numbers are more and actually the election can turn positive for them? Those are the things I would want somebody to advise me ama kuniambia. Kipril, you can say, endelea. Kalonzo amepatikana leo. Kalonzo amepatikana leo.
Yeah, alikuwa anababaika bana, nobody wants to. See, no people know. Nilikuwa nakwambia mtu ni night runner. Ameshikwa leo. They're doing the same thing they did when Raila was alive.
But I think these people wanajaribu tu, they want to destroy Kalonzo so that now, for me, I feel Ruto is trying to damage.
No, they're holding him on. No, this is ransom. This is basically ransom. It's basically aseme ni nini anataka. Hii kitu ya kubabaika every time he's threatening stuff. He can't play like a baby anymore, like where we are chasing him. Oh, we need you. All those people went to see him.
Na hizi
You
stories
want
zilitoka
attention.
wapi? Hizi stories za amepatikana State House zilitoka wapi?
It's State House themselves. They're
Alienda
chasing him
lini?
also.
Give me according to you alikuwa ameenda
What you're not getting, what you're not getting, when I was telling you he's a midnight runner, he does not go when times people know. Anaenda, anakaa hivi, and obviously he asks that his photos are
Is
not
it
taken.
confirmable hiyo kitu? Unajua mimi mtu anatokezea na anakana. Kwa nini tunamwekelea mizigo?
So you're refusing to listen?
No, nasikiliza but ile kitu nauliza ni
Yes.
Sawa he is running at night, lakini kwa nini akuje akane?
See, because this is politics.
Na kwa nini Ruto asikasirike? Si Ruto anafaa atokezea aseme by the way huyu mtu asituletee upuzi, si tulikuwa naye jioni. Why would Ruto not say that?
You know politicians, man. Atakana.
Me, Kipril, let me give you an hypothesis. If
Okay, so no, hold on. So you are 100% sure he's not going to State House?
I'm not saying I'm 100% sure, but I don't know. I have no way of verifying it. Me, I hold people on what, unajua me, I hold people on what they say. Kipril, ukiniambia wewe sio mwizi, I have to hold you by that. I hold people by what they say at times. So when Kalonzo is appearing every time na anasema me I cannot work with Ruto, why should I force him to work with Ruto? And him himself anasema na mimi ile kitu inanipea hope ni hii. If Kalonzo could not work with Ruto in 2022, even when wakati nyota ya Ruto ilikuwa inakaa vizuri, saa hii wakati Ruto anaporomoka ndio Kalonzo ataenda kufanya kazi naye. He must be very stupid. He must be very stupid. Go ahead. I'm not saying he cannot join Ruto, but if Kalonzo has to join Ruto now, he must be very stupid.
No, he's not going to join Ruto. Things are too hot. Ni tu kunyemelea till last minute. Wamunyoro was getting tired of his laziness. Kila saa unashikwa mkono kwenda campaigns. You know, how long has Kalonzo been in this politics?
Kalonzo has been in politics from 1986.
Yeah, so why hasn't he expanded his base? He doesn't have to go to rallies. We're not asking him to go to rallies. But why hasn't he expanded Wiper outside Kukambani? He's been in politics when I'm talking about party politics, owning your own party. He's owned his party as long as Raila has owned his. Raila expanded his ODM. His ODM is actually older than Raila's. Why is it still in the company? Mimi nilikuwa deputy president, so I deserve this. Or was it vice president before? So I deserve this privilege of being president. So you believe that he's not going to step out? Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Just because you see people.
Mimi nangojea
people,
ulianza. No. Budi ameniambia ni relax, nyamaza kwanza niambiwe. Niache.
Just because you see a bunch of politicians come and hijack him. It's one reason. Very slippery person. Yeah, equality. Were they invited to that place? No, they invited themselves. Usually these things are planned, my friend. Unaona mpaka Wycliffe, our chief, what do you call it, geologist alifika huko. Unajua chief geologist nani? Ndio huyo hapa, ndio naona sura yake, bullfighter. Look at all these politicians. They came to get an answer from Kalonzo. After all those rumors, they came to get an answer from Kalonzo. Where unasimama wapi mzee? It is not by accident that these people were all in State House. I mean, in Kalonzo's place. They're coming to confirm. Msimamo yako ni gani mzee? What Alex ongea, did not see him come.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So
brother.
Bwana Mbudi, karibu sana. React to the emergence of Kalonzo and that extreme rumor, which is almost destroying his campaign.
First of all, wacha ni wasalimu. Wacha niseme kwanza, mafisi mpo, tupo, na niendelea kusema tutamkata, tutamkula, tutamtafuna na tutammeza. Baada ya hiyo tutacheza isukuti. The presidential candidate in Kenya obviously is going to be Edwin Sifuna, and that has rattled the main contenders, Matiang'i and Musyoka. Matiang'i is willing to yield. Kalonzo said no. And nobody really cares about it. I think even Gachagua has distanced himself from Kalonzo. What Gachagua did that was very good. He went to Kambani so many times with Kalonzo, to a point that a sizable elected leaders from Kambani sees Lina Mwananchi as an alternative rather than Wiper. The other thing you need to know is, I have said it over and over and over, the problem we do not acknowledge the proximity between Wetangula and Kalonzo. If there is anything that was done in last Sunday, is the dethronement of Wetangula from Bungoma. That does not sit very well with Kalonzo. Kalonzo hates Sifuna more than anybody in Linda Mwananchi. You need to know that. That you must take that into context.
Explain that enmity, please.
I have just said it. I mean, if you're not paying attention, let's pass it on. So I just said the proximity between Wetangula and Musyoka is too much. They've said it openly. Even when we were negotiating last time, Kalonzo to be part of us, he still was talking to Wetangula day and night. The only person that forced Kalonzo to be part of Azimio was now the guy who's in State House, Makau Mutua. Now, Makau Mutua being in State House, it is easier for now for Musyoka to work with Ruto. You all know that. It's not a secret. So another thing that you need to know is all the members of Kalonzo, and we have said it over and over, when Kenya Kwanza government came to government, they immediately commenced working with William Samoei Ruto. A lot of development was taken to Kambani than any other place because Ruto really needed the Ukambani to work with him. Notably, you don't hear him speak as he used to speak a lot. That is Mutula Kilonzo. You will never hear Mutula Kilonzo speak. He was too vocal, but he has gone pin drop silence. And Mutula Kilonzo has said on several occasions, Penda Mspopenda, Ruto will be a two-term president. He has said it. Huyu bibi yake ya Machakos, you never see her talk anymore. Ukiona Kitui, the governor ambao wali make sure wametoa Ngilu akuwe kule, he supports Ruto openly, without a doubt. So the person actually who put the impeachment motion of Gachagua was Akamba. And you guys have forgotten that. So the issue of Kalonzo kutusumbua again in the coming general election, I mean, mi nawashangaa sana. It's just because you want to believe that Kalonzo is mature, Kalonzo is no, Kalonzo will always be Kalonzo. And what we said was, instead of banking on Kalonzo, hii maneno ya watu wako too much faith on Kalonzo must stop so that we can have a path forward. Pea Ruto 100% ya Kasongo yake, na mpea 100% ya Wajaluo, na mpea 100% ya Kalenjin. Then let's find a path from there. There is a path to winning it, a big path. And that is why they are terrified.
Wacha nikuulize swali, Budi, as you react to that, give 100% of Luos to Ruto, give 100% of Kalonzo to Ruto. Question, will there be leakages, or will there, like, if Kalonzo goes to Ruto, is it going with like close to 95% of canvas?
Think of when, not if, when.
Now, the thing is this, we have to go back to traditionally how the voter turnout has been, okay? Luo Nyanza has been about 68, 63%. Put it at 60 or 58%, because without their candidate being, I mean, obviously it's going to be dead. I mean, nobody's going to be excited to go vote for Ruto. That's a fact. That's a fact, okay? Put again, the Wakamba, they're not going to be excited anymore, because the presidency they've been gearing towards, in the event that Baba gets out, it looks like they've given up. So we are not going to see the numbers that you used to see before. Give and take, that's a fact. Our company has been over 70-something%. Ask anybody who comes. In fact, let PK come here. PK, my buddy from Chicago, is very honest when it comes to that. Obviously, that will drop again to maybe 63. But I'm telling you, the Kikuyus are going to vote for man to man. You've seen now, Nyandarua, people are decamping. I mean, it's just, everybody is going to DCP in the mountain. Look at Luyaland. I mean, whatever that is happening there, obviously, has rattled everybody, including Atul, including Wetangula, including Musalia Mudavadi, about all these augmentarians. All of them have ganged against one young person, a 44-year-old person, but they are not capable of doing anything. And I think the only good thing is that Gachagua is excited to work with Sifuna, and is willing, and is, you know, the biggest problem was, will the mountain yield for another person? They are more than willing. That is the statistics that are showing. So from where I sit today, even if Kalonzo to be gone, first of all, he will have disappointed across the country the people who actually were vouching for him. Okay? There are people, for example, here, like Selah, they've been vouching for the guy. Finally, he's going. And all these talks that unasikia ni Oparanya, unasikia ni Gladys Wanga, they are paving way for Musyoka to become the next DP before the elections. It's not Oparanya, it's not Gladys Wanga, it's not anybody. It is Kalonzo. It is Kalonzo. But the good thing is, within that,
in a sinking boat.
Njiru, you know, you want us to give you tight proof, which we are not going to do that. Your problem is that politics is open gossip.
You know,
Politics is gossip.
he likes
You know, you
the
are so
flashy things he sees on the news.
you are so
You're
disappointed.
excited about these pictures.
You know, you're like a man who gets wife cheating and then start asking, but haikukuwa ndani. You know, Njiru, I mean, honestly, what are you talking about?
Ni sawa. For the purpose of the discussion and
Kalonzo was in State House. You know, you are so much in denial to the point that you couldn't even. The only reason nimekuja hapa, I was enjoying the conversation. I didn't want to be part of the conversation, but you are not giving Kip the benefit of doubt so that you can go past that and speculate and say now that then the conversation becomes better. Your problem is you are glued that no jama, huyu jama hawezi enda, huyu jama hawezi enda, huyu jama hawezi enda. That is your problem. The guy is gone. You see all these people. Did you see the number of people going behind Kalonzo asking him, is this what you have done to the people of Kenya? You think it's normal for all those people to come behind there to look for Kalonzo? You think this was an impromptu meeting that was not out of these people? These people actually knew. Now, the other thing, if you want to know that they know more than anything, even Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was part of this conversation. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is part. Yeah. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Do you see how today Gachagua has embarrassed openly Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta? Not even Ruto. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta trying to become the chair of 2060.
And who was giving him that responsibility, by the way?
You know, Njiru, sometimes you ask very stupid questions. Very stupid.
Kwani ulikuwa na watch nini
But
leo?
Gachagua just said it
Openly before the 7 o'clock nonsense. When Jeru, the problem is you're blind with politics.
Not blind. He is in denial. You know, you are so biased as a moderator to the point sometimes if something happens that you cannot accept, you ought not even to have a show, because the way you are having it, you have leading questions so that you can justify, you can pacify yourself politically.
No, I'm not trying to pacify.
You are. No, when you are asking who, you know very well, everybody knows, even a kid.
Just proceed for the purpose of discussion.
Yeah, so we are saying that today was a bad day for Kalonzo. Today was a bad day for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. In fact, if there is a day that we must tell Matiang'i, we must give him the middle finger, it's today. Because the very person who lied to him, will support him, goes to sit down and agree to be a 2030 vision. What the heck is that? So, for the benefit of that, sometimes politics, take it the way it comes. And then ask yourself, what is the solution thereof? Because if you want us to sit here to convince you, why didn't anybody come and refute what Gachagua said openly? Why didn't they do that?
Based on that, mimi nilikuja kuamini hata wale watu waine walienda kwa serikali. The recommendation of Uhuru. Unakumbuka wale watu waine tumekuwa tukisema na waliendanga.
We have said this over and over here, but you guys don't want us to discuss it. We hit Oburu Odinga so much, and let me ask you for a benefit of doubt, and I want you to help me on this. Kip, can you Google right now how many diplomats has Fred Okengo Matiang'i met so far this year or this month alone?
Nipatie muda.
I want you to Google that, and then I want you to Google the whole year. Uniambie every week Matiang'i is meeting diplomats. Any high-level diplomat that comes to Kenya must meet Fred Okengo Matiang'i. Tell me why. Is it by choice? Is it by accident? Is this by proxy? Is this by coincidence? Or it's designed? Today he met one. Last week he met another one. Uhuru is
Yes, sir.
in this. Mama Aida is in this. We are being fought by the very people that we have been thinking have been with us. It's a high time for us to start agreeing that, the other day, let me take you back. Wakati Malala ameshikwa na kuna receipts. Malala was asked, are you a mole? Akaanza kujifanya, eventually anasema aje? I'm not like the other people. Ikiwa this happens because
he has met 3 this month.
This month alone, and I want since he came,
amekutana na Susan Burns,
the acting ya America,
alafu amekutana na Dr. Jedani Fraser, another US Assistant Secretary. So those are the 3 I may meet. 3 big diplomats, 2 from US.
And I want you to look since he came from his job, how many he has met. You will understand how this thing has been designed. And you will almost see how this thing is going. And the reason why now the realignment is coming so quickly, they can't waste any more time. It's because of the wave of Sifuna. In the explainer yesterday, we knew we had a presidential candidate. That alone put them on task. I'm not going to say that I've always wanted Sifuna to become I have had my own reservation, but so far, so good. He is the presidential candidate as this week or this month. He has taken lead over everybody. And even these polls, they are just lying. The truth is that Sifuna has become a phenomenon that you cannot explain right now.
Me personally,
you can't stop it.
I've gotten it.
So the question now should be, do you think Kalonzo and Matiang'i are going to agree to this? And if not, what are they trying to do? So as just glued that unafikiria ni ukweli. Can you give me evidence? Njiru, you are not progressive in the conversation. You are showing denialism.
He's choking while he's talking on the mic. What are he?
Okay,
he's been forced to talk like that. Those people came to attack him.
Njiru, then for the benefit of the conversation, if you are still in denial, why don't you pose an hypothetical question then? If you are in denial, then become the devil's advocate. Okay?
Yeah, that is what.
And relax. And relax. When you're doing that, relaxed.
What I want you to compare for me, Bwana Budi, is help me to understand the operating conditions of 2022 and the operating conditions of 2027, and which one is swifter for Kalonzo to adapt to.
And they are on the making.
Did Ruto meet? How many people did Ruto go and visit? More than Raila.
And those operating conditions you are saying, they are on the making. First of all, there is a wave that even Raila didn't have. The second one is what Raila missed to have. 2 things, Murima and the eloquence of Sifuna. Sifuna has an advantage. So when you ask me those operating, I will tell you there are many. Thirdly, we have somebody who is fearless, who has nothing to lose. He has no contract to lose. He has no wealth to lose. He doesn't fear that his child is going to lose a job. We have somebody whose children are toddler. They are in diapers. He doesn't even care. So the operating conditions, my friend, they are so obvious. He doesn't have a brother who is contesting. He doesn't have the garbage of of the daughter being in politics, the brother being in politics, so on and so. He doesn't have the garbage of a contract. The only thing they wanted, Nani is bringing on, which actually is going to eat Ruto more than, and I think they are going to sanction or summon her. Look at this thing that Juneta said, that he pesa walikula milioni 10, si angejenga nyumba kule reserve. Already it has resurfaced, it has brought another. Because they are so desperate to bring anything against Sifuna. Now they are saying, si ulikula milioni 10 ukaimpeach Gachagua. That is all they can. That is all the desperation, that there is nothing they can unearth to bring Sifuna down. There is nothing. So the operating conditions are pro mwananchi this time around.
Now face them to Kalonzo Musyoka, the operating conditions.
Why do you want me to talk about Kalonzo?
I don't want you to talk about Kalonzo. I just want you face for me the same operating conditions to Kalonzo, and you help me to understand at what point is easier for Kalonzo to support Ruto.
My friend, that's a personal decision. You know, you want me to preempt a personal decision somebody has made. We are looking at a person who is willing to fight for us to the end. Okay? Vis-a-vis, you want me to talk about an individual who you know has never had a stand.
Can I ask you a question, Njeru? Let's just look at the history in the last 4 years. Who went for that? What is it? Multi-party ujinga, bipartisan garbage, and he was chairman. Hiyo kitu alikuwa anafurahia sana.
The NADCO report.
Alikuwa amefurahia, walikuwa wamekaa chini, alikuwa co-chair, walikuwa wanaongea ni kama he's big serious nini. Alisema we do not want to go on the streets. He's one of the people who stopped whatana na mambo ya Gen Z, by the way. He's one of the people who stopped the Azimio streets. Azimio going to streets. Alisema hatutaki watu kwenda kwa streets. He used to refuse to go for it. Now, the reason why Kalonzo refused to join Ruto, there are two things. Number one, Ruto gave Kalonzo less chairs, and Raila went ahead of him. And then the third and most important thing is Gen Z's revolution hit the world so hard. Kalonzo wanted to look like the big daddy,
No,
the better guy than Raila.
No,
he wanted to look very nice.
That was not the reason. That was not the reason. The poll showed very well if Kalonzo went, people will still vote for Azimio. That was the sad reality of it. The polls constantly showed that even if he went, at that particular time, the Ukambani was set. They were going to vote for Azimio, unfortunately. So this time around, I don't know if the leverage will be different and they are going to use it. Maybe they give an Akamba to become a deputy governor Nairobi. All these arrangements that they are going to fool him with, okay? Maybe they can swear a few people. And you saw today, Nani, Sonko. Sonko, the reason you saw Sonko there today is showing us an alternative that wants to take the Ukambani from who? From Kalonzo. If Kalonzo
From
makes
Kalonzo,
that mistake,
and it's possible.
yeah,
and it's possible.
and you saw, and he was put.
popular.
Do you remember? Do you remember the psychological games we used to play with Kalonzo? Tunaweka Ngilu kule, tunaweka the former governor for Kitui, tunaweka wale watu wote. Kalonzo anaenda kuangalia, anasema these people might take my, and then what does she do? Do you remember what we? So this time around, they are playing the same game. They are playing the same game. Sasa wameweka Sonko kule. Who the hell do you think? Why would we even put Sonko in front of that? Do you think it was by coincidence? It is time for realignment. It is time for realignment. Do or die. Kalonzo is not going with 100% of Ukambani. And you know, Sonko has been preparing for this day because if you read, he launched his party last week, and then the former Kanini, the former governor for Nairobi, the Kanini lady, is the first one saying is going to. So I think it's a high time you must know that the same games that Kalonzo played last time he has started, and the earlier you accept it, the better. And I think the people who are in that table negotiating totally understand. In the speech when Sifuna was taken out of the whip seat, Wambua, the senator for Kitui, said it clearly. He said, Makwene, I think, he said, you are made a hero out of taking this man from the Senate, and you have seen it. Today, yesterday, during his last in the park, when they wanted Orengo to come there, you saw how he was treated better. Even the senators actually who were around him, you could see now they are treating Sifuna as a presidential candidate because they know the pools among themselves. They know that, you know what, even if this guy has gotten out of here, this is a political realignment, but we must treat him with caution. So I don't know how much Kalonzo will bring to Ruto, but the Ukambani people are wise. And I think they must corner Kalonzo earlier. But if Kalonzo could have been patient, not start going to State House, maybe his people could have bargained for him and become the presidential candidate. Because according to all these people, let's be very honest, even Gachagua, Kalonzo seemed to be the best bet and the most suitable when it comes to taking interest of everybody. But what has he done?
I have a question.
I hope I'll be able to answer it.
Nataka kuuliza story ya Vision 2060. The question which I'm asking is, these people want to build Vision 2060. What happened with Vision 2030?
That's a diversion. I think, and then you're riding on it. That was a diversion, and already you have been caught up in that diversion. We shouldn't even start talking about it. They wanted us to start talking about it. If I was you, I wouldn't even talk about it. It's nothing like Vision 2060. Think about it. There's nothing. That's a diversion tactic. The moment you start talking about it, you lose. Why would you talk about something that is not even there?
Yeah, I'm just getting. I am worried. You
discuss it by yourself. There's not. I cannot discuss something that is not there. It's a diversion tactic. It's like something. It's like sahi nikuja nianza kusema, unajua Njiru vile ameacha ndevu hivi na nywele. Hold on. Ni kama sahi nikuja kusema, unaona Njiru vile anaachanga ndevu hivi na nywele hivi. Ule jamani wazimu. Then we start talking vile wewe ni wazimu. Unaelewa? Ando wewe si wazimu.
It's okay. What are you sorry, Kai? You
No,
can't
you
give a very
see,
serious example.
you see, this is how the affordable housing
Unavoidable.
things that I talked. We started talking about it. We took it seriously. Sifuna and everybody killed it with one thing. Mi siwezi eka kuku yangu kwa fourth floor, sijui huko juu. Mkisia hawezi panda ndizi huko juu. Mkale ateka ng'ombe yake wapi? Wewe utapanda waru yako wapi huko juu? So it's basically trying to say, how are you going to eradicate slums in Ushago? You can't. So that hiyo kitu ilisinya Ruto, and that is how you should deal with him, is to show him how stupid he is. So if you discuss 2030, let me tell you, nobody knows what that 2060 is. Gachagua killed it with one shot, and there was no need of talking about it. It's absolutely a useless thing. Who watched that thing? The only thing I saw was a video of him being put makeup, and then seeing video.
can talk about it.
You know, Ruto thinks he's the American, eh? Amefanya sijui ma lighting, amefanya full production. Ni kama but Kashagwa in his small house huko kwa tent huko Munyoro, people listen to that more because it's genuine. And you know that one is a bigger shock because the more people are given a deadline of this wish, and I think Gachagua was serious. You've seen county assembly people have switched camps, governors. Wale the MPs, PS na MPs watafungiwa nje sahi. I don't think Gachagua was lying about that. Once he boards that plane to go to the US, he's not lucky because August is going to be exactly a year to the elections. There's no time wasting here. Mulima lazima ishikane sahi, and that is what Gachagua is trying to say. So me, I'm seeing his plan. And then ukiona Sifuna is already doing his plans to go around the country. Alafu hapa kuna mtu mwingine anakimbianga State House kama night runner. You know, I've been studying Kalonzo for years. I know who that guy is. I know there was a time ulikuwa msema don't discuss principles. You have to be careful about principles. Unafaa kuwatetea. Now look, watu hapo kwa comment section wanasema oh, you cannot force somebody to have a what do you call it, a presser. It was plain and simple. Those guys invited themselves. You know, Kalonzo usually would stand in the middle and call everybody else, and he's going to be the beginning here. He had no speech prepared. Listen to it. He was bullied into that. Watu walijibeba huko wote.
Unajua, Kip,
and Wamunyoro, why wasn't Wamunyoro there? Why wasn't Matiang there?
Kip, you don't have to convince people. Let it unfold. Unaelewa? But
Yeah.
the reality is, I can't blame Kalonzo. I can't blame Ruto. It is the last stretch of political realignment, and you know very well, and you and me know, Kindiki is not surviving 2 months in the deputy presidency. Ruto must do everything in his capacity to make sure that he has an alternative. Look at the Ruto guy, the way he was speaking, very frustrated. The other day he said, we don't need that seat. Today, he was something different. The reality is, whatever is happening during the night, a lot of people are not sleeping. The unfortunate thing is that Gachagua told us today that the problem was not Ruto going to tell us 2060 vision 30. The problem was ati ndugu yake ambayo tunaheshimu sana was going to be announced as the chair. That was the biggest announcement from who? From Gachagua. That tells you one thing. And I came to understand that as we warm up to Sifuna, the deep state fears an outsider, somebody who rattle them totally and completely. In as much as we love Sifuna, it looks like he's not a safe pair of hands for all these politicians, including Mama Ida Odinga. They fear him because of his stand firm. He could look at Baba straight and tell him, "Hii vitu mimi spend." Now, people like Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta have now decided to go back to Ruto. That is the shame we are having. So who is Kalonzo not to go there?
Rafiki yako Pike amekuja hapo. Kalonzo, I'll tell you, even that tactic of going to State House is actually trying to, what do you call it? To play chicken with Akina Wamunyoro. That is why Wamunyoro is pissed off. Wamunyoro is like, even though you're daring us, these are not the games you used to play with Raila, you play with me. It is games he's playing. Like, oh, if you don't give me the presidency, I'll go to Ruto. You know, that is what Raila used to tell people. Usipofanya nikitaka hivi nitaongea na ndugu yangu nifanye hivi. So the current politicians right now, the Onyonkas, the Sifunas, the Meadows, the Rigijis, don't like Ruto and they cannot negotiate. It's just Raila who could go and do something like that. Look how dirty people of ODM are looking like that, where they can openly say, tulikula, watu walikula. How can you openly just talk like that, where kuna pesa ilitembea, kuna kitu ilitembea? Those are the kind of people you want to go deal with, Kalonzo. And you think that you're going to threaten us with going to be a deputy president for Ruto. Somebody who's about to dump two people at the same time. In a span of his first term, I'm a dump watu wawili. Within the first 5 years of Moi's presidency, I didn't think he dumped people like that. So Kalonzo is at his own risk. Year one anaweza tolewa na Ruto. By then Ruto, if that is his plan and Ruto steals vizuri, aende nayo. Ruto is going to dump Kalonzo, get a even more meek deputy president, na aambie ma MP, aambie ma MCA muchukue miaka 7. Now that will be his first term. And then by then Kalonzo atakuwa going towards senior citizenship. This thing of chasing things that you have to back up, that you have to be president before you die, ni ujinga sana. You have to do sacrifice. Yeah, leadership is not about that kind of thing. The young man has been called by the people. You've been here for over 40 years doing politics. 40 years. After 40 years, nyota ijakushika, unangojea nini? Wachana nayo. Leave it alone. Haikutaki, just the same as Raila Amolo Odinga. Umepitwa na watu ambao uliwapata pale. Yeah? Somebody said it very well. Wetangula, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, all these people were there before Ruto, were there before Uhuru Kenyatta. Na wamekuja wakapitwa na kufagiliwa. It goes to tell you something. Yeah? This presidency is not for you. Kama mtu ametakwa na watu, you cannot come and say, I deserve it. You know, that is the thing. The worst thing about Kalonzo right now, because I have to talk about it, is the fact that he has this sense of privilege. It has to be me. Why? Why? I keep talking about, why haven't you expanded your base? Mbona tuna waipa huko kwa kale? If you look at ODM, when Raila was there, that man started from Nairobi, akaenda nyumbani, akaenda Kisii, alafu akaenda kwa Luya, alafu akaenda kwa watu wa Coast, akaenda Turkana, akakuja hapa kwa Kalenjin land. For a while, tulikuwa na wakale kutoka ODM. Build it. Build that party sincerely. Yani ile kwa roho yake. Huyu mtu mwingine tu, Wiper. By the way, Wiper was handed over to him. Look at, let me give you an example, another example. Look at Gachagua. Gachagua has locked the mountain. What did Gachagua say the other day before he goes to America? What is he going to do now? And every time, even Kalonzo tried to copy that, things that he should have been doing before Kalonzo was impeached. The guy would go to Kalenjin land, anakuja hapa Bomet, anasema huyu atakuwa MCA, huyu atakuwa MP. Gachagua. Hata kama mnaonea mtu yangu hapo Martha Karua, she's going to Kwale, she's going to Tana River, she's going to Mombasa. Hata ile kidogo tunayo, tunajaribu, we are trying. Tunajaribu at least. Ask msimama akuja hapa kwa show. There are so many Kambas in Kwale, they're asking, why isn't this guy come here? Apparently, Kwale has such a large, they have such a large portion of Kambas in Kwale that he could get at least 6 MCAs that are Kambas there in Kwale. And this is even before umekuja hapa Voi na Taita. Kuja hapa Mombasa, it is Sonko who told him, kuna Wakamba wengi Mombasa, mimi naweza simamia nikue governor wa Mombasa. Huh? No, and he did not do a quick presser to counter Kashagwa. He was ambushed by Sifuna and the other guys. They ambushed him. Usually when Kalonzo has a presser, is to show his bigness. So he'll call Martha Karua, he'll call Eugene Omalo. Ile two stories are Raila. Martha said she really did not like that Tabia Kalonzo. Now ita wote, and they go discuss nothing, and then they will stand together. Then he'll stand center for appearance at Asmama hapo katikati. Alafu you'll make his speech. Then usually it's like, okay, I'll give it to my brother. And then at that point in time, you listen to the opposition leaders. They're saying nothing, absolutely nothing. They're talking about, oh, tulienda IBC, we discussed with IBC. What did you discuss with IBC? There was no action made. Objections to what? What actions have they made ever since they made those objections with IBC? And that was Kalonzo's meeting. Hakuna counter plan. There are certain things you sit in the background and discuss it. Like Gachagua, until the end, we did not know what he was going to do in Olkarau. Imagine, I'm still talking about Olkarau mpaka sahi. Kumaanisha huo mjamaa alikuwa na plani yake ya kufanya hiyo kitu kufunga huko. He kept telling us, hawezi niibia kura. Tukafikiria ni jokes. Now look. I'm not saying that he forced them. Watu walienda huko kwa kumwambush. And he had to do a presser because he had the guests that came. They play it again, just for just the benefit. I want people to watch that and understand what is going on there. Ni kama watu waamini.
Dhidi ya Kalonzo?
Yeah, it's like people don't believe that thing was not planned.
Akiongea ama unataka? Yeah.
Just any part of the video you'll see, that is not normal. That was not a normal meeting. Guys, it's not TMZ. We have to ladies and gentlemen in the comments, hapa si mambo ya kupembelezana kama 2021, 2022. Here we have to speak the truth. We have to have this, stop having these echo chambers. Ukisikia watu kwa TikTok bana, my friend.
Sasa wewe watu wa comment section wanakushtua. Yaani kwani umekaa mtandao miaka ngapi unakuja kushtuliwa na comment section?
Sijastulia, okay, sawa.
Unaongea na pseudo accounts. Hujaijificha na unaongea na watu wako na pseudo accounts.
Na Njeri mbona hajakuja leo? Ama tutaongea na, alikuwa amekasirika kwa sababu Sifuna aliongea juu stuff.
Well, to our brothers and sisters in Linda, Mwananchi, as I told you, under the tent, very historic tent out there, and we had consultations, and I remember what you said, Edwin, that under that tent, we have lost some colleagues to death and others to greed. We lost our brother Raila Odinga, and lately,
why did he say that specific word?
Abubakar Zain, who was ahead of my secretariat. We lost others who came and preached to us elite consensus, quote unquote. There are no time, absolutely no time for this country, but for themselves. And therefore, as I welcome this wonderful team on behalf of Wiper Patriotic Front. I am so thrilled because you have also come kulinda Kalonzo. Because I'm under attack, a terrible attack, that I met William Ruto yesterday, even this morning. I'm supposed to be joining him for 7 o'clock presser. Understand you'll be asked the question, are you talking to the opposition? That's the reason he has called for this press conference. So that we are talking to all of them, including Kalonzo. Mekuja kunilinda kweli. Kulinda hilo jina ambalo kwa uwezo wake Mwenyezi Mungu nimejaribu sana kulilinda. Wakati wa kulinda katiba, kulinda utu wetu kama wananchi, the right to a free democratic society is clearly enshrined in our Constitution 2010. It's a document that has enabled even you, Linda Wananchi, to get to where you are. The right to assemble, the right to go for the highest office in the land. And so we know that my younger brother here, Edwin, is running for president. I can tell you that on the 10th of October last year, I forgot to bring that declaration of intent, which was given by WPF, that I, as we speak to you, I'm their presidential candidate. I'm sure you know Ndugu wa Munyoro is a presidential candidate for DCP. I'm sure you know that my brother Eugene Wamalwa is a presidential candidate for DAP.
Hold on there.
I'm sure you know
on,
when
Jiro.
we went for PLP,
Hold on, Jiro.
our system.
Jiro, hold on. Did Kalonzo say that he forgot to bring his declaration for presidential candidate? Did he just say that? Jiro, did Kalonzo say that he forgot to bring the PLP, whatever he said, the WPS? Did he just say
Yes,
that? Can you rewind that? That's heavy. That's too heavy. How do you forget you're running for president?
Was given by WPF that I, as we speak to you, I'm their presidential candidate. I'm sure you
Nyuma kidogo,
ambalo kwa uwezo wake Mwenyezi Mungu nimejaribu sana kulilinda. Wakati wa kulinda katiba, kulinda utu wetu kama wananchi, the right to a free democratic society is clearly enshrined in our Constitution 2010. It's a document that has enabled even you, Linda Wananchi, to get to where you are. The right to assemble, the right to go for the highest office in the land. And so we know that my younger brother here, Edwin, is running for president. I can tell you that on the 10th of October last year, I forgot to bring that declaration of intent, which was given by WPF, that I, as we speak to you, I'm their presidential candidate. I'm sure you know Ndugu wa Munyoro is a president.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm surprised he say that. I'm shocked anyway, but it's okay. Go ahead. Yeah, weka tu speech. I'm shocked that you could say that. You don't say that in public. You don't remind people. I mean, I don't know.
you know, you have to have confidence. You have to have confidence.
I'm sure you
when
know that my brother Eugene Wamalwa is a presidential candidate for DAP. I'm sure you know when we went for PLP, our sister, my twin sister, Mother Karua, is a presidential candidate for PLP. Tumeenda kuwinda. Ukiwinda, hamwezi kupitia njia moja kama ni adui sampli hii ya William Ruto. Napitia routine na ile ingine, but we want to assure Kenyans that we are going to unite. We have no option. All of us who love this country so dearly, was sacrificed so much that this country can be a true democracy, not a dictatorship, not a kleptocracy, not a gangster regime, not a gangsterism, which is what it is today. So I want to tell Mr. William Ruto, please stop. Stop imagining that one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka can ever join you. We'll meet at the ballot. We will have that conversation at the ballot on the 10th of August next year, God willing. We pray to God that He gives you good health. He gives us good health. Tukutane pale, so we can now consolidate our democracy. Amen. And do away with this pretense. The people of Kalao are an amazing lot of people. They have actually brought, in addition to the Gen Zs, the people of Kalao are amazing people. They have shown that the right to development is a basic right. The right to get those roads and all those other things is their right. But they will write, they will vote, and there's such a determination. I think we have a 2002 moment. I remember that time, any of us trying to look backwards, wananchi walikuwa wanamwangalia kabisa. Yeyote yule ambaye atathubutu kuharibu hisia na matarajio ya watu wetu wa Kenya, atajipata kwingine kubaya sana. So I want to conclude by wishing Linda Mwananchi well. Thank you so much. We are waiting for you. Thank you. On Monday, I am the party leader of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya. Once you have sorted out your the registration details, and by the way, the Honorable Karoli Omondi is a Secretary General. I'm the party leader. We have a meeting on Monday. The council, which is chaired by President Uhuru Kenyatta, and the executive, which I chair also as party leader. We have almost clearly visualized the way forward, but we continue to share that with you. But in the meantime, fight hard. Don't relent. I gave you some of the foot soldiers. I gave you Patrick Makau, member for Mavoko. I gave you kijana yangu, Deputy Secretary General, Mashako, because you wanted, you complained that watu walikuwa wanaangalia sura za nyinyi, unaona wanaume wenye nyuso dark. You wanted that tight face. Kijana mwembamba, Mheshimiwa Kimilu, member for Kaiti. And I think that this is the spirit of freedom. We come along with Senator Richard Onyonka, Senator Khalwale, kijana Kibagedi, kijana yangu, over time. But of course now we are trying to do something. Wakili Njiru Ndegwa, Senator Ambua, of course, is the only one remaining. I was tempted to tell him. Sorry.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool,
Sorry. To calm down. Iko sawa. Mata yamekuwa mengi na mazuri, lakini I want some water. I was telling Senator Ambua to think in terms of standing in solidarity with his colleagues in the Senate. Because I wrote a letter to Speaker Amason Kingi as a party leader of Azimio. Kusema, we have not, because the way they rushed these changes to remove Edwin Sifuna as a minority deputy whip, not even the whip, was was just simple, unfortunate conspiracy. And so there's no point. There's really no point of belaboring this point. We will be making those announcements. I repeat, and you have declared yourselves the guarantors of our unity. If I hear that Edwin umekutana na Ruto, utakwisha kabisa. If my brother Rigiji ajaribu kamwe, because they are sending all kinds of emissaries, ajaribu kusema, akutane na Ruto, that will be the end of it. Remember the story in the Bible of Lot's wife?
A very big point there, because they are sending all kind of emissaries. Bud, can you interpret for me that?
But Gachagua just said hata saa wametoka kupiga simu saa hii. Kumbuka presa ya Gachagua pia. Gachagua anasema wametoka kunipigia simu saa hii. Sio ati wametoka, sio wametoka, ametoka. For Gachagua yeye anasemanga Ruto mwenyewe ametoka ananisumbua na masimu hata usiku. Haven't you heard Gachagua talk about it? And Maanzo said today in that TV interview and said, I'm not going to say I was given 10 million. I said, what about if I take, but I don't vote? He refused completely to say it. Why did he ask to say that? Because it was Farouk Kibet.
Wow. But I don't think they will get the people. Ruto atajaribu kuitana, but I don't think he will be able to get a lot.
Yeah? You
No,
look
he's
back,
been calling
anybody
them.
looking back.
He's been calling people, man.
If he is even losing the wars, watu kama akina Jumwa.
There are Kalenjins that are trying to run away. Hata huyo Aaron Cheriot mwenye anataka kutoroka. Yes.
Wewe. Stop blowing things out of proportion attitude today.
No. People
You're
want
not
to
actually-
leave UDA. UDA is bad. UDA
Unasikatai
iko mbaya
unauliza,
sana.
so hebu niambie Cheruiyot akiacha Ruto anaenda wapi?
Kuna mabiashara zingine Ruto anataka kumnyang'anya.
Anyway, he is my former schoolmate, so I don't know.
Will be a betrayer of national consciousness. So I just wondered, I think there's something I may have wondered today, but I think what we do is you continue. As I said, my other colleagues, JB Muturi, I hope you reach out to him. I'm sure you reach out to Martha, you reached out to Fred, reach out to everybody, to Amunyoro. Yeah, to Amunyoro, and so that we, at the end of the day, remember in 3 days' time, today is the 30th day of July, 2026. Tomorrow is the 31st. We enter the election year in August. These elections, the date for the same is clearly written in the Constitution. It shall be the second Tuesday of the month of August. And if you do your calculations, it is the 10th of August, 2027. Next year. So we have no time. And this is why Bwana Ruto has panicked together with his team. I was in Zanzibar, just for full disclosure, after having breakfast meeting with the editors. You may have seen that on Tuesday morning at the Stanley. I took off for Zanzibar. And yesterday I took a nice boat from Zanzibar to Dar es Salaam. I was leaving Dar es Salaam this morning at 5. So just ask yourself, unless Ruto and his bloggers, na nikaona watu wamepata wasiwasi sana. I want to assure all our supporters, all the citizens of this country, if I'll be the last man to drive Ruto out, I will. Thank you. One term.
Now up to there. Hold on. Hold on. Do you see why all of them were there? The issues that they wanted to, these naysayers were comment section. Wachana now. Do you see the reason why that presser was being held? It was to give the assurance. And he coined that he was in Zanzibar. He went to Dar es Salaam, and he was trying to convince the whole nation that he has not met Ruto. Now, the people were saying that he did TMZ. Are you seeing what, first of all, he is addressing? Issues that pertains to his engagement with Kenya Kwanza. He's addressing them, and finally watu wamefanya nini? Wamepiga makofi. Why do you call us naysayers and the guy is actually panicking while addressing it? Why would you address rumors?
Vitu ni mbaya, vitu zinachemka bana.
Njeru, rudisha to your 1 minute so that people can understand the confidence people want from him. Look at what actually people came for that presser, not you and me. The people who went there, what they wanted to hear from Kalonzo. Stop calling people naysayers here as we hate Kalonzo. We don't hate Kalonzo. He must address these issues.
One time.
Getting the green card.
Rewind hiyo kitu where he's addressing that last issue. Eventually, everybody said Arambe. When he said he would be the last man, even if it's the last man standing, that's the confidence people wanted. Why would he address something that obviously it was rumors? We must be on guard. And the fact that we are on guard does not mean we hate Kalonzo. In fact, this government, even if Sifuna and Metu was to take over, they can't handle it without people like Kalonzo being there. They must be the patrons.
Now the only problem is the other patrons. Sasa kama anapewa Vision 26, unaona huyo itabidi tumusahau sasa. The other one, I think the other one we have to imagine him as irrelevant. And that's one of the questions I wanted to ask you, Bwana Budi. Should we start disassociating with Uhuru if he is being mentioned openly by Ruto on very serious stuffs, which
this Uhuru has been mentioned. Unajua hata leo Wamunyoro addressed that issue. Kama hukusikia Wamunyoro. The problem is that sometimes we come too emotional. Tunakataa ku address issues ambazo. Wamunyoro aliaddress issue in a very mature way. Alimwambia Ichwaweri, huyu jamaa alikuja na ilikuharibia jina. Usifanye ile kitu tena ulifanya. Huyu jamaa akakuvisit, don't repeat it again. He warned him. And he was telling him, look, you brought this guy to your own house. You brought him. He addressed it. Now, the other thing, Ruto is on the record again talking about the issue of the person who actually told, no, it is Raila. And I want you to put that clip. Raila said it is Ruto, it is Uhuru who told him to talk to Ruto. Do you remember that clip? Do you remember that clip?
100%. Yeah.
Put it, because people think that sisi tuko hapa propaganda. Hakuna propaganda. Uhuru needs to address those issues. We asked, of all things, Ruto anaingiaze Ichaweri. Ichaweri si ati kona gate moja. Alienda mpaka wakaka. What was happening?
And he has to mention that
I think we have
Azimio is dead.
to forget Uhuru.
We are okay, we don't need him. Wananchi watatulipia hizi vitu zote. Waache mchezo. We don't need him. Kisii should have had a party by now. Right now. Huo mtu angeland hivi, pap, hivi, chenga chama yako. I'll tell you how watu wangeingia hiyo chama. Hata huyu rafiki yangu Lex angekuwa hiyo chama. It's just the same thing as Isaac Ruto selling chama cha mashinani. Yeye ingekuwa chama yangu.
Okay, wacha tusikie hii video.
ODM leader Raila Odinga has lifted the lid on the intrigues and the backroom negotiations that led to the broad-based government, with President William Ruto disclosing that retired President Uhuru Kenyatta called him to reach out. Odinga, who spoke in Elgeyo Marakwet County during the burial of the former IEBC Commissioner Irene Masit's father, still reiterating that there is no coalition government between him and the president. Our political affairs reporter Emmanuel Tor with more.
His arrival in Sitoto village, Elgeyo Marakwet County, for the burial of former IEBC Commissioner Irene Masit's father, Chirchir Masit, was marked by an aura of a man living in a broad-based era. Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga was accompanied by an entourage of former and current leaders from the Kenya Kwanza government as he bid farewell to Mzee Masit in Keyo South constituency. It is here that the former premier sought to pull the curtain on the behind-the-scenes activities that birthed the broad-based government, Raila revealing Uhuru's hand in the current political arrangement.
Sasa ile nchi inachomeka, Uhuru ndiye alinipiga mimi simu. Uhuru akaniambia mimi tafuta bwana Ruto ongea na yeye. Kenya ikichomeka atakuwa na nchi nyingine. Mpaka hii tuzime hii moto, watu waketi chini waendelee waliwane.
Odinga further disclosing that despite the bad blood between Uhuru and Ruto, the former head of state, who had been accused of being behind the demos, was the architect of the current political setup. Raila also adding that it was in fact Ruto who reached out with a deal to have ODM members in government.
William ndiye akanitafuta. Mimi nikaongea na yeye wazi, nikamwambia shida iko hapa. Hawa watu yako ambao wameweka pale hawajafanya kazi vile wananchi wanataka. Msuri ya kwamba watu waketi chini waongee. Akasikia mimi hii cabinet nitatoa. Nitawapeleka nyumbani. Nikasema hata hao makatibu ambao wako pale wako chafu yote.
Even so, Odinga maintains the talks did not include having a coalition agreement with Ruto's administration.
Magazeti haya wanaandika sijui nini Raila na Ruto handshake, hakuna handshake. Hakuna handshake.
Unajua unapata viongozi wengine wanasema ati watu wetu, watu wangu. Tafadhali, ukishafika kiwango fulani, ongea kuhusu Kenya.
Wanaambiwa hata Tolgo sijui ameonekana kwa Sudi anaomba aingie serikali. Mimi nilibaki na tulisema tunangoja baba mpaka afike. Baba amefika ama hajafika?
During the burial, the leaders called on the government to return Irene Masit from exile, where she has been since the acrimonious 2022 general polls.
I can imagine she is not here ili aweke mchanga kwa kaburi ya baba yake. It's not right before God. It's not right before man.
She's the only one in exile. The rest are within the country. Kindly, Baba, bring Irene home and give her a job to do.
Who want to react to that? Iliitishwa na due to public demand. Mbudi ndiye aliitisha hiyo video. So keep you are going to react on his behalf kabla tupate Mr. Robert to react to the intrigues. But mimi kulingana vile naona, I'm seeing we have to start forgetting Uhuru. Hii kucheza cheza na Uhuru atatuharibia revolution nyingine. Uhuru will damage another revolution. Mimi naona tu tufanye vitu yetu bila yeye. So, Budi, that was your video. Can you react to it? Kabla tupate Robert Oino. Budi, are you there?
Jiru, before uende kwa Robert, ni wapi hiyo clip ya Ruto yenye alitaja Uhuru leo? Ni kama nimebaki nyuma leo. I haven't heard Ruto mentioning Uhuru.
Njeri. Hii mnasikia Njiru.
Uko nayo?
I can't hear Njiru.
Jiru, uko nayo?
No, mimi siko nayo, but Kiprida anaweza kuupdate kama ako nayo atuwekee.
There's
nowhere Ruto mentioned Uhuru today.
There's nowhere Uhuru had mentioned Ruto. Any propaganda. Some people are coming here talking about Uhuru. Some other things. Get your story straight.
There's nowhere Ruto mentioned.
No, what we are saying. No, that is not what we said. That is not what we said. Let me repeat what I said. Look, my friend Roba, usilete kiburi hapa. I said something that was so different. Don't come here to react over something that
before you come here and
exactly. Let me say them. Let me say them. Let me say what I said. Wait. Let me repeat what I said for the benefit of doubt. Let me repeat what I said. I said clearly, and I want you masikio yako isikie. Don't come here useme vitu sijasema. I said the best thing that Gachagua wanted to tell us, according to him, was it's not even Vision 2030, yes, Vision 2060, that he was surprised his brother was going to be named as the chair. That is what I said. Jiru, didn't I say that?
Then
exactly, that is what I said. My friend, sikizanga kitu mtu anasema kuliko kuleta hapa hasira zingine asikupei kitu yote. Uliza watu comment section. I made a reference that is the way the name of Uhuru is being dragged all the time. He must come out and get himself out. For instance, Wamunyoro today said exactly that. Last time they came to Ishaweri, na jina yako ikaharibika sana. Don't do it again. Njiru, can you play that clip? You can't keep on protecting Uhuru when he can't even speak for himself.
It looks like nobody's hearing me. But keep and Alex, you guys, no.
I'm just repeating what Gachagua said. Why are you guys mad?
Okay, let's hear what Gachagua said, because you people, the impression you gave us, the impression you all gave us here is that Ruto mentioned Uhuru today. So I wanted to
I did not say that. I did not say that. Kama uko na impression zako sijui ni za nini, take them far away.
Njiru, I'm tempted to replay what people are discussing so that we hear what people say.
You know, the problem with you people.
And I'm doing everything possible to correct the mistake.
We
correct the mistake together.
To create things.
But sometimes
where we got our reference
I also give myself comfort.
Okay, but Ruto did not mention.
I blame myself, but then I give myself comfort after analyzing who we are. The people of this region love God. They fear God. They believe in the Lord. Anybody who professes his love for Jesus Christ, tunampenda tu automatically. Sindio? That is how we work on. Nafikiri huyu jamaa alitusoma, akajua tunapenda Mungu. Sasa akajificha na Biblia. Akakuja makanisani yetu kila Sunday. Saa ingine alikuwa anatoka hii anaenda karibu kanisa 4 same Sunday. For 9 years. Hatugeepuka. Sasa tukasema huyu jamaa, the way he loves God, the way he is giving testimony, I think as Christians we need to work with him. And we were convinced that for the first time in the history of Kenya, the Church of Christ has a candidate for president. So tulimpigia yeye kura kama candidate wa kanisa ya Kristo. Si ndio? That is how we got deceived. And that is how we put this country into problems. Kenya iko kwa shimo. Mimi na kanisa ya Kristo tuliweka Kenya kwa shimo. Sasa nyinyi najua mnaomba. Najua, I know you are praying. Continue praying. Lakini pia on top, muongee na washirika wenu. Tusaidiane turekebishe. So that we restore the country. So that we get sanity, we get prosperity back to where it belongs. Nobody can believe, no Christian can believe that William Ruto, who was elected by Christians, could organize goons and police to attack churches. Hakuna mtu naamini mpaka wa leo. People are in shock. This was a man in church every Sunday. He was even singing our songs in our language. Sijui nani alikuwa anamfundisha. Sijui kama ni Ichongo. He was singing our song. Kaiwa magagania nini, what, you know. The man becomes president and turned into the church. To an extent that he sends goons and police to attack the church. To discredit the altar. Nobody believes. Na nimeambia watu yake, ile yote umefanyia sisi, the red line hapa kwetu, because sisi ni watu ya Mungu na tunapenda kanisa. Siku umetuma watu wahuni na polisi to attack the church inside, ndio maneno yako iliharibika kabisa beyond repair.
Abraham Lincoln united a nation that was deeply divided. He gave his life as a martyr for the cause of peace. Every hero's journey begins with...
And there is no Christian atapatia wewe kura.
Njiru, just put the issue whereby alikuwa anasema today Ruto anaenda kukua na national
Mwiki Church, hakuna mtu anauliza polisi.
Is that clip whereby he's talking about the issue of Ruto coming to give a national presser?
Up in life because
yule akona anaweza tuwekea hapa because I have to look for it, so unless we slide the video until we see. Kiprira uko nayo, wewe ndio unatusaidianga saa zingine hizo vitu.
Slide it Jiru.
You guys, you hate Uhuru Kenyatta, mnatuambia Kalonzo anaenda kwa nini si wapi. Your information is just, it's embarrassing. You come here,
my friend, weenda uongee siasa za Tanzania bwana. Kama huko kwa Kenya leo uone kitu walisema, weenda Tanzania uongee siasa za huko. We are talking about siasa ilikuwa hapa Kenya leo. Wewe kama siasa zako ni za Tanzania, weenda huko. We are talking about something that was said today in the press conference. The biggest thing was Gachagua had intel of what the president was coming to talk, and everybody was talking about it, even in the comment section that I don't even want to listen. Ngoja kidogo. People talk. No, ngoja ni.
Kenyatta has accepted. Someone can do a suggestion. That's what you do.
Listen. We were saying what Gachagua said. So don't come here to say that we are talking about the politics of the day. We cannot avoid talking about it. If you don't want to talk about it, we will interpret it the way we want. You cannot tell us how to interpret politics. You cannot tell us how to interrupt.
We can't have two vice presidents.
Mbona inawauma kama wanaume?
No, the problem is Nongea every time rumors.
Hata wewe unaongeanga rumors, kwani wewe unaongeanga facts? Wewe unaongeanga facts, uko State House.
How many times has Gachagua been right? You know, the problem is Gachagua is only right when it suits you and is wrong when it doesn't suit you. That is the problem. If Gachagua
umeipata?
Gachagua has predicted most of the things that have happened.
Wacha kwanza aongee.
Con game, deception. Very big one tonight. Ameita ma-TV saa moja leo. Amepanga wa Kenya the way he'll con them and deceive them. Sasa leo saa moja. Nimwambie nisimwambie? Ati ameita State of the Nation address. Do you know what he is coming to do? Ati to launch Kenya Vision 2060. This guy thinks Kenyans are fools. Ati he is coming to launch Vision 2060. Ati apangie wa Kenya vile watakaa from now to 20. Ile 2030 aliua. Si ilikuwa 2030 ya Mwai Kibaki? Ameua hajaua? Sasa wewe umeua Vision 2030. Tonight you are calling Kenyans to deceive them that you are launching Vision 2060. The third part, which has made me very uncomfortable, that he wants to appoint retired President Uhuru Kenyatta as to be the team leader. Sisi namwambia my elder brother President Uhuru Kenyatta, that he wants to appoint retired President Uhuru Kenyatta as to be the team leader. Since that he wants to appoint retired President Uhuru Kenyatta as to be the team leader. Sisi namwambia my elder brother President Uhuru Kenyatta, please usikubali kuingizwa kwa hiyo matope. Wakenya watakuchukia na watakudharau. Si ni uongo? Ati 2060. Ile kazi tumekupatia umefanya. Unatuambia mambo ya 2060 ya nini? Na kuna kazi tulikubaliana ufanye. 4 years down the line you have done nothing. On 10th nitatoa taarifa Ruto at 4 years. So wewe William Ruto tonight, unless now because nimekutangaza ubadilishe, because mimi nakujua ulikuwa unapanga kuja kudanganya wa Kenya at Vision 2060. At then our son Uhuru Kenyatta, mfalme wetu, kiongozi wetu, ati umuingize kwa hiyo matope, ati aongoze uongo. Hiyo si ni uongo? We don't want our son President Uhuru Kenyatta aingizwe in that mix. We want President Uhuru Kenyatta apatiwe nafasi to retire in dignity. Alitufanyia kazi miaka 10, apewe nafasi apumzike. Kama Uhuru kuna kazi anataka kutoa maoni, angoje next year tukichukua serikali akuje atushauri. Lakini asikubali. President Uhuru Kenyatta must not agree to be drawn into that deception. Na akikubali ataaibika. Hata ile siku Ruto walienda Ishaweri, si Uhuru aliaibika. Watu walipiga kelele sana. We don't want, wewe Ruto, don't drag our son into that nonsense. Wewe weka Kipchumba Murkomen akuwe team leader wa hiyo kitu. Ama ile Francis Atwoli. Si yako na watu wengi? Si apatie Atwoli. Give one of those characters mnakaa nao.
Okay, up to there. What did I say that was wrong? No. Let me just. You guys have come here to beat me for no reason that I made an impression. I was discussing in reference what Gachagua said on national TV. And he actually warned Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and made a reference that last time, and I was explaining the issue of Ishaweri last time. We discussed it and we said, Ikona gets ngapi. How did he get in there? Why did they sit there? What did they talk? What is behind us? So we are talking in reference to a speech that Gachagua gave today, and the fact that, let me finish. Wewe nani Njiru.
Don't even hear from him.
Njiru, ukianza kuleta vitu kama hizi, if you don't want us to discuss and interpret politics, then I think tutaenda Tanzania way. Na ikiwa tutaenda Tanzania way, and let me tell you, Roba is somebody that you cannot debate with here on the guest list kama hujaijua. And for that ndakwambia hivi, I'm not going to be debating with anybody from Tanzania anymore. I can only debate with Kenyans.
Sasa, what is the issue now? I think you guys, you have an issue.
Okay, let me talk that.
There is no issue. There is no issue. If you understood what Gachagua said, we are discussing the politics of Kenya and what Gachagua said. And we are interpreting why is Gachagua actually saying that. The saddest part of all this is not him saying Vision 2060. It's the fact that amechagua Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He ended up emphasizing about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Kiongozi wetu, mfalme wetu, usikubali. Then he went further actually even to remind him that last time you had a meeting with this guy where in your house Ishaweri. Then he went further kumwambia hivi, wachana na huyu mtu. If he wants to appoint anybody, do not allow this. Mwambie achague. Can I finish? Wait. I'm not talking to you. So, wacha tumwacha aongee. This guy is initiated in just talking. Yani kuna kitu anataka kutuforce tusikize yake. Wacha aongee yake yote. We tumekuachia wakati tuongee. But you are not going to take us talking Uhuru Kenyatta the way he's causing with Ruto. You will not stop us. Ongea Roba, tukusikize.
No. He has gone. So
Roba, Amanda, let me change the whatever, not really change. Let me so people cool down. Jiru Storoke when moderator. Don't run away. So Gachagua is clear on that thing. Yeah, ukweli I saw nimeenda kwa Twitter nikaona Murkomen is saying that Ruto was trying to announce Vision 2030. Did you really watch that clip here, Ruto? I don't know what Ruto was trying to announce, Jiru. But one thing is clear, whether Ruto was calling Uhuru or not, or whether he was planning to call Uhuru or not, then probably the speech by Gachagua may have stopped everything. So let us look at the positive side of it. Okay, whether Ruto was going to call Uhuru or not, then let's appreciate that speech Gachagua stopped Ruto plans to do that. Now, and I would argue that on the background, nikijua kwamba Gachagua na Uhuru don't relate very well. So the fact that they don't relate very well, Gachagua could also be saying things with an intention to achieve something. Okay, that withstanding, he helped that Ruto, if Ruto was planning to drag Uhuru into the whole that today, then he did not achieve his objective. Now, the other thing I want to argue about Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo amejitetea sana.
Ngoja usiende Kalonzo. Let's dwell first of all in Uhuru. Let's focus on Uhuru before you go there. So,
can I say something very quickly?
Okay, go ahead.
Hii kitu ya sanitize Uhuru ati kudragiwa. Nobody drags Uhuru. Uhuru tulimtetea ile siku Ruto alikuja kumvisit. And then we gave explanations towards sanitizing him. Then if it was true that he did not accept those things, why were some of his relatives given positions by Ruto and accepted it? And nekeko kwa gazeti that some of Uhuru's people are in Ruto's government, and we accepted it. Sasa unasema
who accepted it? Uhuru was appointed or relatives accepted it?
People in Uhuru's camp.
No, let's go back to it. If your brother is appointed by the government, can we say that?
Sasa unamtetea kwa nini?
Apana. You're wasting your time imagining about things that are not important.
No. You can control your family.
No, you want to fire them. Did you hear his, wait a minute? Did you hear his wife being appointed as cabinet secretary? Did you hear his son appointed? You people, you can
control your family.
No, he can't. He can't control his extended family. He cannot control his extended family. He cannot control even his brother.
You see, this is how you sanitize.
Listen. His own brother.
This is how you sanitize the guy.
His own first cousin. Keep skiza. His own first cousin. When Uhuru alikuwa anatetea Raila Odinga, his own first cousin was fighting him. Don't you remember that? What are you supposed to do with that man?
Okay,
I
so I'm
let
sanitized.
me
It's
say
fine.
this. You people, I didn't want to get into this, but I have to get into this.
Okay, let me say this, Jerry. Let me say this. Let me ask you a question. I'm just asking you a question in regard to your Uhuru.
Let me finish saying this. This is my view of the whole thing. Okay.
Usiende Kalonzo. Let's dwell on Uhuru.
Let me finish. Okay, Alex, let me finish. This is my whole view of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Personally, I was very disappointed when Ruto went to Ishaweli. I belong to that group of I was very disappointed. Na kama Gachagua anasema hiyo sijatoa Uhuru kwa hiyo, because whichever way or whatever way that Ruto found him in Ishaweli is Uhuru's home and he's supposed to decide who goes there and who doesn't go. So hiyo makosa sijamtolea, and I think Uhuru is a kind of a character that we cannot depend on to help Kenya. Why am I saying this? Because severally he has refused to take a stand. Unaona, hata historia Raila Odinga. You know, Raila Odinga being stolen votes, kura zimepotea na zimeibiwa. It is Uhuru refusing to take a firm stand. He knew that votes were being stolen. He refused to take a firm stand on that. And then he lets things be. And then hiyo story Raila Odinga working with government, is Uhuru again refused to take a firm stand. These things of let things pass. Atuacha vitu ifanyike, tukue na amani, tukue na nini. That is Uhuru's attitude. So me personally, hiyo sijamtoa kwa huko. But I'm also saying this. We are also being extreme. For example, if you talk about his relatives being appointed, what is he supposed to do? Don't we have Uhuru's cousin was working with Ruto? Alikuwa na hata na campaign. What is he supposed to do with such a kind of a person? Huyo jamaa was campaigning for Ruto even when Uhuru was on Raila Odinga's side. What is he supposed to do? So I think we are also taking it extreme and we are blowing it out. Now, I asked Njiru to play the clip where Ruto ametaja Uhuru leo. Ruto hajataja Uhuru leo. Now, it is a good thing if Gachagua preempted it, because I don't want to refute that Gachagua hakuwa na information. He may have had some information about the whole drama. And so preempting it, preempt amezuia Ruto from dragging Uhuru's name in the mud again. Because as we know, Uhuru hangeteta agenyamaza tu and would be here be arguing and fighting. Bona Uhuru amekubali your job. Bona itaja na Ruto. Unaona? So me that is how I see Uhuru. But you people, you are blowing it. Ati bona watu walipewa kazi. Ati wakakubali. What is he supposed to do? Keep? Was he appointed himself? Kwa hiyo kazi? You blowing it. Asanteni. Now nirudeni maswali.
Okay, first of all, sikusema Ruto ametaja jina la Uhuru. Mumekuja na propaganda yako hapa na Roba, and you started discussing propaganda. And when you say we are preempting, we made sensational statements preempting that Uhuru amekubali your cheo. I did not say that. What I clearly said is his silence is questionable. Then I ended up saying many things that have been said about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and he has never addressed them. And one of them was maneno ya kuingia kwa hii handshake. Raila said, Uhuru ndiye alimwambia. I ended up saying that, okay? And I said, if Uhuru keeps on keeping quiet, it is wrong. Now, for the benefit of doubt, Gachagua said whatever he said, okay? And you have had a right to interpret kuwa hao watu wamekosana, and obviously alisema hivi because kwa kukosana kwao. Then why don't you give me that benefit of doubt, even me, to have the freedom to interpret his statement differently? Do you think you have a monopoly to interpret the statement of Gachagua like wamekosana and we agree to it? Mimi nikipreempt nasema aje, wow, Vision 2030. Gachagua akasema Uhuru was supposed to be named as the chair of Vision 2060. Okay? Vision 2060. And then he ended up singling Uhuru Kenyatta because he said the question is not about 2060 Vision 2060. The sad part, that is how he said, is that anataka kuchagua mfalme wetu, kiongozi wetu, na kumchafulia jina. Then he ended up warning Uhuru, you know, he came to your house in Ichueri. And I was preempting and saying, what Gachagua is telling us is that meeting was not by coincidence. It was planned because Ichueri iko na gate ngapi? Iko na walinzi ngapi? Do you just get yourself, the guy doesn't live there permanent, he lives in Nairobi. Do you want to, in fact, he lives even Kilgoris nowadays. He got himself there, akafunguliwa, akaenda kule, na wakaongea, na wakamaliza. So when Gachagua is bringing it out, and I am saying it based on the politics of the day, mbona Robana kuja hapa na wewe kusema tunaambia Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta jina, and then kwa Gachagua mseme ndiye anamharibia jina, sio mimi. Who brought that topic? Ni mimi ama ni Gachagua? You want only to believe Gachagua when it benefits you. Mutakuja hapa mupige makofi, mufurahi, muweke mpaka kofia za DCP. Lakini mukisikia nyingine, munataka, oh, that's a red line. You cannot talk about Baba like that. That's a red line. You cannot talk about Uhuru like that. My friend, kuna watu hapa, I swear to you, ni two-term kama Roba. Two-term. Unawasikia tu. Kila kitu ni red line. We are taking caution, my friend. Gachagua is saying rightly, whether it's true or not, it is politics. We must discuss it. If Uhuru comes out the same way Kalonzo came out today, akasema, I'll be the last man standing between us and Kutoa, then he exonerates himself. So the fact that we are talking about what Gachagua said, munaanza kusema nyinyi watu ni extremists. Lakini wewe unainterpret Gachagua ati alichukulia vibaya, lakini mimi nikikuita kama wewe pia ni extremist, utasikia vibaya. Don't you think hata wewe Madam Julia, wewe ni extremist, kila wakati unachukia Gachagua, everything unainterpret unasema ni kwa sababu ako na chuki? Can I say that? Because every time Gachagua says something you don't like, unasema ako na chuki. Can I also say you are an extremist, Madam Julia?
Okay, Alex, you can say whatever you want to say. Can I move to Kalonzo now?
You now move by yourself. Wacha nitoke chini. Niende chini.
See you later. Now, Kalonzo. If you want to rebut my Kalonzo story, you can stay. I don't mind. Now, for Kalonzo Musyoka, I don't know. I really don't think he was going to go to Ruto. I think watu wamemchokoza sana. That is my take. Sidhani Kalonzo alikuwa anaenda kwa Kasongo. Sidhani. And I am happy that he has been clear today. He has been more clear than he has ever been clear that he's never going to Kasongo. So I think hiyo drama yote imekuwa kwa newspaper. I mean the last 2 or 3 weeks. I think it has been a calculated maneuver, either to get Kalonzo out of the box or maybe to get Kalonzo out of the way, whoever was doing that. Because to me, listening to him today, I don't think Kalonzo was about to work with Ruto. Now, what I don't know, maybe you people, you can answer me. Sijui kama Linda mwananchi walienda kwake ama aliwaita. I don't know who called the other, or they agreed to meet in his office. So, because if he called them,
they went to him.
Okay.
Yes.
That's also a good thing. It means that
walienda kwake after the rumor became too much, Julia. It was a necessity because it's like what were you doing? Today they were all sharing your video. Yeah, Kalonzo. I don't know when he was in State House, but
okay. Let me ask her that video. Is that video authentic? That anybody knows about that?
I think it was sometime.
No, it's very authentic. It was during the bipartisan thingy. Ujinga bipartisan. When he used to be chairman of the bipartisan thing. So obviously it is good evidence for them. Some people have very small memory. Sasa wakaekea hiyo video inaonekana kama ni juzi. If you can even see how State House looks like.
Okay.
Different.
So there has been a calculated move to fight Kalonzo. Me, that is what, you know what I'm saying. I think I want to go back.
No, there's still meetings used to go at night.
Nani keep. Let's dwell on the video that he has asked. That's an old video.
That's an old video. And then keep. If you say
Yes.
that Kalonzo amekuwa akienda usiku, do you have any evidence? You know, me, I'm saying this. Let us make allegations that we can provide even evidence. You see, we can substantiate and say, huyu mtu amesema hivi. So, when we now turn this show ya Njiru to saying things that we cannot confirm or substantiate, then it is not fair to the viewers.
No,
and the listeners.
but Julia, it's not that we cannot substantiate. Twitter was a hotspot today, and there was a lot of for us to see them actually have that meeting. Things were boiling, my dear. Unanielewa?
Okay.
And if you hear what Kalonzo said this: I was in Zanzibar for 4 days. I landed in Dar es Salaam this morning, which he wanted to exonerate himself that he has not been around. Okay? Then he says the moment he landed, these people went to pay him courtesy. Unanielewa? So it's not us bringing the rumor. It is what actually even the politicians themselves have been talking about. Linda Mwananchi was so afraid of losing Kalonzo. They went to pay courtesy of him. So where is the rumor here? And if you look at that video and watch it keenly, what they really wanted to hear, come on, watch your video the last minute, when he said he will be the last man to work. And he had to give evidence that I've been in Zanzibar, I arrived in Dar es Salaam this morning, and I came and you guys have come to see me. When did all this happen? Unanielewa?
So we can agree Kalonzo was never in State House.
That one we don't know. Somebody can look. It's like Baba. Unakumbuka when we were told, let me give you a classic example that we will never forget. Unakumbuka nani Samia Suluhu akikuja, Obasanjo akikuja, Joho sijui na nani wakimit Mombasa, and then they said that these people never met. Do you remember that? Somebody can board and go to Zanzibar only to con us and find a way of coming and have a meeting and go back. I mean, this is politics, my dear. You want to tell me kwenda kwake kule hawezi pata njia arudi hapa Zanzibar afanye meeting tena arudi alafu apitie Dar es Salaam? You want to tell me that's not possible? We are not saying it happened, but you have to listen keenly, because my problem was, why would the whole opposition land on Kalonzo just to make sure that he tells the nation that he will never join Kalonzo, he will never join Ruto? Openly, in the media, they wanted him to make it clear, like day and night, that he will never work with Ruto. Why would they pound on him?
Okay, so now we can whatever the case, whether Kalonzo was about to go to Ruto or he went at night, we can now try and believe him that he's never going to work with Ruto. So me, I feel like the propaganda, the rumors in X and all that was going on, it may work positively or negatively, but at times I think we can make allegations that are unfounded. That is what I think.
And that's part of politics. That is part of politics.
Yeah, that may be part of politics. So I stick to the fact that Kalonzo stated today that he cannot work with Ruto. That was a good thing. And that now, I think he also made a lot of statements in that presser. He said that he doesn't expect any of the other opposition candidates to work with Ruto, because any one of them, like Gachagua is in it on a pigua simu kila saa, any one of them can be drawn. Ruto is desperate, and that Vision 2030 was a desperate move, and he's very desperate right now to try and create an impression. Hata kama mnamchukia, kuna watu mwenye mnaheshimu that are ready to work with him. So he's very desperate and can drag anybody to the mud. So that's the statement Kalonzo made, I feel like now is gonna make all the others, even somebody mwenye alikuwa anapigiwa simu, develop some cold feet. So when all this argument, all these rumors, I think it is going to be a blessing in disguise to Kenyans. That's what I wanted to say.
And thank you for coming to that conclusion. Politically, you have come to that conclusion. Will you give the person who has a contrary view, who believe these rumors are true, will you give them the benefit of doubt also to have their own analysis the same way you have had yours?
Yes, of course, Alex. I'll give them the benefit of doubt. It's their right to do so. I wouldn't really keep insisting on what they think or what they believe.
Then why do you come here to say that sisi tunachukia Uhuru?
You are blowing it, you people.
We were not. We were not. I was giving reference on what he said. Exactly what Gachagua said. I think
you are blowing it.
You are the one blowing. You are the one blowing. Kuwa Gachagua hates Uhuru.
Of course, he hates him. You see, that can't change.
See, you are the one who keeps boiling it, and we know where you are. Anything about Gachagua. In fact, let me tell you, the union between DCP and United Opposition and Uhuru, you guys have totally refuted Gachagua. And the question, up to when will you want to use Gachagua? You only want to use it, but keep Uhuru as your man. Uhuru has failed you.
Okay.
Uhuru has totally failed you.
Alex, because personally, I treat Uhuru as a retired person and a retired politician, and I don't think he really counts right now in Kenya's politics.
If it doesn't count, why do you come here again boiling if it doesn't count?
Because I don't want you people to make false allegations and
propaganda. If it doesn't count, why does it matter?
It matters to me, it doesn't matter to you. So Alex, I don't want to engage in that. It's that arguments are becoming a
you must have a stand. You must have a stand when it comes to that. If somebody doesn't matter, then whether I say something good or bad, it should not rattle you.
Alex, let me stop there. The argument is becoming a bit toxic. So can we move to something else, or maybe Jiru can redirect?
No. Let's move to something else. Obviously, you have something else. Let's talk what we can agree on now.
No, let me leave it to because this argument is becoming toxic. It's not
and that is politics. Internal democracy is worse than external. Don't you know, Julia?
Okay, Alex, you're right. Now, can you go on?
Wewe huwezi kuwa mwalimu wangu. Aidha ni wa CRE lakini sio wa maths. Anyway, I respect your decision. Thank you, Julia. Hii ni siasa bwana, tusiweke kwa roho tuumie bure.
It's becoming toxic, so let's change the topic.
Kwako ni toxic. For me, it isn't toxic. I'm only analyzing what it is. I don't think it was toxic. You took it too personal. But Njiro, go on, show ni yako bwana.
Go on, change the topic. So me, Alex, I will allow you to believe what you believe, like you asked me. I will allow you. I will not have a problem with that. And personally, I choose to take a middle line for the two politicians, for Uhuru and Kalonzo, and give them the benefit of doubt. And I refuse to take ideas like Kalonzo Alikuwa State House when I cannot provide evidence to that. I also refuse to take the ideas that Uhuru is working with Ruto when I cannot substantially prove that. Okay, so the only thing I blame Uhuru for is he never comes out clear to tell us what he wants or what he's doing.
And
so
unfortunately, you never come out clear. Julia Kidogo, let me get in there. Uhuru is close to his 70s now. I think he is in his mid-60s. So if for the last 6 years he has not been clear, I don't think he will become clear.
Yes, he will never be clear. That is his character. You're right.
Yeah.
And for that, he has failed Kenya. You see?
So Gachagua was right to say he's among the characters kama Atuoli na Murkomen. I like the fact that you have said that. So when he said, let him give this job to the characters like Atwoli and Murkomen. So is Uhuru in the characters of Atwoli and Murkomen?
No, I don't think Gachagua was
Sasa Uhuru
insinuating
hayuko
that.
hapo. Julia, let me explain to you why Uhuru is not there. Uhuru is just that he is in the system. Unajua Uhuru anaweza kuwa hata ile he doesn't tell you. I think Uhuru doesn't like to be clear. I think because if things go
hapa imekuwa mondo wa nyomba. Mekatai cannot be a character of Atwoli na Murkomen.
Atwoli and Murkomen wako beyond bana.
Hata kama what?
Na hiyo sio umulima. Hiyo sio umulima. Hiyo ni venye mambo iko.
Kuna kitu Njiru unasema.
Yeah, I was saying the story ya Uhuru is that in very serious issues, like when things are so bad, he always relies on other people to like.
Yes. He's a letdown.
Direct on it.
Yeah, that one he's a letdown. And you see, I began by saying that personally I was disappointed when Niliona Ruto Ishaweri. I was very disappointed with Uhuru. I was very disappointed. But now, because of all this, everybody can drag him into the mud because wamejua character yake. Ata hii story, wacha tu niseme, hii story ati Ruto was about to name him. Probably Ruto was about to name him kama Gachagua hangeongea. Now, at the same time, Gachagua will be very fast to speak like this because kuna kawej yenye haijaisha, kuna ka bad blood between them yenye haijaisha. Na ni kama people have really tried to bring them together and seemingly it is not working. So Gachagua, we know how he exploits information. We know him. He's not like Gachagua is an angel and everything he says is 100% correct. We all know him and we all know what he's capable of saying and doing and even manipulating stuff and even exaggerating stuff. We know Gachagua, all of us. But probably Gachagua had some information and Ruto was going to mention Uhuru and he didn't. That is what I wanted to say. So what I am refusing is that exaggerated information ati Kalonzo alikuwa State House, Uhuru alikuwa afanye kazi hii.
Na unachukia Gachagua?
Ati Uhuru's people were appointed na hakusema kitu. What he's supposed to do is
you utaruhusu tu Julia behave hivyo. There are things you cannot change. Wacha tu Julia apitie hapo. It's okay.
So anachukia Gachagua, inaniumiza. Unaona, acha nikwambie, unajua ni ile tu minya nyama zangu. Unajua ni red line yangu lakini sisemangi. Watu wengine wametuambia hapa wako na red line. Lakini mimi nakuwa na red line yangu lakini na nyama zangu tu mnaiendea. Hata pia mimi mtu anaongea Gachagua ni red line yangu.
Lakini Alex, I can't say that nachukia Gachagua, but I don't trust him. I find him sly.
Njiru, you need to protect me here. Wakati watu wengine muna protect Raila, wengine ni Uhuru, na mi protect Gachagua for me. Tafadhali. Because Gachagua is the most unprotected politician in this panel.
The other day I said, we should not be so rat-race to principles. Julia hata kama hatuwapendi, as long as hao watu mwanzie kulipua Gachagua akihama. But as long as Gachagua ako united opposition, let's give them the benefit of interaction.
We do.
Sikia vile ameniumiza. Amesema we know him, we know his character, we know him, we know his character. Hiyo imeniumiza. Ni uchungu sana. Acha niseme kama Mosiria. Ni uchungu sana.
Alex, bila many advice, hata mimi wacha ni kwa advice. Usiweke siasa kwa roho.
Wewe ulienda ukatuacha, huwezi kuja tu hapa tena uanze kuongea sifa. We ngoja sisi tuongee alafu utakuja. Ulitoroka. Sisi hatukutoroka when things were tough. Wewe tunakujua, you can't handle hot heat. Unatorokanga. Hakuna mtu ako na shida na simu na network California. Ungesema unatoka California Nairobi tungekubali. Of all places California, hadi uko na shida simu na network.
Frankly speaking, you people, you have an individual issue which you want
to see Friday. Njiru kama wana behave hivi na leo ni
from a goon nimeitwa Mtanzania. Sasa from Tanzania, ara examine party machina yote. I don't know.
Wewe sijui ulikuwa unasikiza siasa za Tanzania leo, because siasa ya Kenya vile ilikuwa inasema leo, wewe hukusikia chochote. Because siasa ya Tanzania unajua kuniliko, hiyo nimekubali, lakini ya Kenya huwezi nikatasha. Lakini anyway, niko na red line hapa leo, na mimi leo usiongee Gachagua vibaya. Kama vile ile siku tulisema tusiongee tusiongee Raila vibaya.
I would never say anything against Gachagua. He's my hero now. I've never said anything negative. And even if you have heard my stories, I've not. And even in Chilukan, everybody can say here. I know my
Anyway,
sister
we are
has
in
some beef on
siasa.
him.
No. You can say anything about Gachagua. I don't have red line. I'm just. We must criticize all leaders. We make
What
it
I was saying,
very clear.
there's a propaganda from kutoka kwa Ruto. Najua everything has turned down. He tried to create stories ndio watu waanze kuongea to change to change, because at the end of the day, wacha tuseme ukweli, there is an intent, but Gachagua never said or was accepted, or there was a meeting, or there was something was on the making. That's what's eaten. Even me, if I find out it is true that walikuwa na meeting na kila kitu, then I will blame the guy. But what I'm saying is, it was an intends to appoint him for this and that. I'm telling you, I will not be shocked. In a few days, somebody is going to come and tell us that Uhuru was not even aware, even doesn't know what's going on. Watch on that one. If that one happens, then you can come and say, I was right. But at this point, Jama is trying to change stories. The thing of Kindiki was getting out of hand. Unaona? If you see what he did, he came in, amekuja mambo ya Kalonzo, uongo, and other things. He has changed the story now. Unaona? So, yes, there's something here we need to understand. Huyu jamaa amefika mwisho. He's trying to survive, to see what he can do something. What can he do? He wants to change something. Sasa hii kitu anakuja anatuambia sio nini. From what I'm hearing, he had intended also to mention Uhuru's name. He had to change the speech. Hiyo speech yake ilikuwa edited, ikafanya nini, wakakimbia. From what I'm hearing, I don't know, but I don't have enough evidence to say that from what I'm hearing. No. Baada ya hii Gachagua, by the way, we should give credit to Gachagua. Gachagua akisema kitu, it has turned to be true. How many times that we should accept that he's kind of now running. I mean, he's just getting intelligence like anybody in the country, even more than a president. How did he get this speech? How was it leaked to him? Which tells you Ruto is very weak. Ruto is right now doesn't know what to do. If the whole people who works for him don't trust him. So for me, that's what we should talk of. Hii intelligence. Imagine Gachagua anatuambia kitu na huyu jamaa anakuja kutuambia the same speech vile. Who leaked all this? Who told Gachagua all this? Now, on that one, he tells me Ruto is a gone case. He doesn't know what he's doing. Yeye ni ile muda anataka kufuata miti sahihi. Lakini at the end of the day, let us also be careful what comes from them, because sometimes they are putting a lot of information out there. Ingine ya uongo. So, and that's why I'm very sure hii mambo ya Uhuru was, the intent was to change the story. To change the story. So, somebody who gave Gachagua the information that Uhuru might be the one who's going to be mentioned. So, even Gachagua, his sources does not go deeper. So, let's be careful on that. So, that's not, how about we are sacrificing Uhuru, Nini. I'm very sure Uhuru knows what's going on in the country. He knows the mood of the country. He knows where it's going. Guys, don't forget. Ni juzi tu Uhuru ametukana na hawa jamaa wa UDA. As soon as was it yesterday, the day before? Wakati huyu jamaa kutoka Tware alitukana Uhuru na kila kitu. Na he has been attacked. Hii ni mambo ambayo we need also to get a source of it, before we talk about it. Okay, it might be right, it might be wrong, but at the same time, let us hear from this a person. Talk a quack, and from there we can talk. You know what? You betraying us, you are a liar, or this is a. But now we are just like hitting him, we are harming him. Ni vile Kalonzo alikuja ametuambia, anasema people have been talking about me, and in fact, this is what we've been talking about. What I told you guys, I told you there is an intent from this guy to put a lot of stories out there to see what sticks. Unaona, how do you call Kalonzo ajatengeneza parapara hata umemtukana na kila kitu, then from there now unakuja then you start a story wakati hii mambo ya Kindiki. So it's the same way this guy started to Oparanya. He set it up. He set it up Oparanya. Watu waliongea 1-2 days. Where's Oparanya? The story is fitting. Yeah, he enjoying doing this. This conman feels good doing this. Yeye anafikiri yeye is above everybody. He can manipulate everybody. He can do things. But at the end of the day, he's a loser. Unaona, hii mambo ya FP, this one is, and I told you guys, at the end of the day, Kindiki would not be dropped. I told you, and I keep on telling you. Then at the end of the day, when it comes to next year, this guy is going to tell you he's not running for president. Take it to the bank. Take to the
So
bank.
Ruto atuambia tarana, alafu nani who will run on his behalf? Just help us get that.
Yes. Yeah, so let me finish by saying he's playing games. He's playing games with the Kenyan people. Unaona? So weekend, where was he supposed to be? Somewhere in Meru, maybe in Embu. What did he do? He tests Junet and other things in na wao wanaweka huko wanaenda to go and announce Oparanya. Unaona? People wamekuwa wamejigonga kila kitu from Meru, nini, Kindiki, wapi. So what the next? Ametuambia vision 2060, see what? At Uhuru ndiye anataka kutangaza Uhuru nini na nini. So this guy wants to change because hii mambo ya Sifuna mpaka saa hii mambo ya Okarahau, I hope I'm pronouncing properly because everybody's I can hear he calls it a different name. Okarahau, hii kitu ya Okarahau, hii tangu that direction, that was what has corrupted UDA. Like, can you imagine kama walishinda saa hii wangekuwa kama ndama emekia keminja igoro RX I can call it ineke kusi mkia wangeweka mkia kama ndama huko juu akisema unaona tumewin kila kitu, lakini mambo ya Orekarau ndio emewashinda. Hii ndio imeleta all this. Then now Sifuna is a non-stop. They don't know what to do at this point. Let us wait. When Gachagua and the United Opposition unite, then from there we can know what's the way forward. Hakuna mtu anataka kwenda kwa Kasongo, kila mtu everything. Yeah, we talked about here. People will start running away after Orekarau. People are running away from him. Now, he can't even hold his own intelligence. The next thing, utaona pictures ya huyu Kalonzo akienda kwa Joe. That's how raw it becomes.
Robert,
yes.
Support what you are saying, he is even losing useless people. Akina Jumo.
Exactly. Uliona ile walikuwa wanadance na hiyo manga. Unaona? Walikuwa I remember them like yesterday. Unaona the bad girls ile UDA. And that guy kusema kweli Ruto that time, that's why he made that direction so close. Hata kama aliiba ama alishinda because lakini sahi how Ruto, my friends, me I've started already celebrating Ruto is not going to be the president in 2027. Hata he's not the one even to fight.
Okay, Robert. Let me tell you one thing. Last year or 2 years ago, Dennis Itumbi goes to a radio station and kuna mtu ameweka nini speech ya Kalonzo kutoka nyuma, it's making noise. I think it's Njiru. Njiru ni wewe. So Raila tukaambiwa kuwa he is going to be running for the AU chair. Do you remember how we defended Raila?
Yes.
Do you remember how we said over their dead body, watu wanaharibia baba jina sijui nini? And remember it was the aftermath when, if you can remember very well, Akome had gone to State House to visit who? Ruto. And they had come out with names of who is to become the Chief Justice, ABCD. Unaelewa? And Baba had actually been telling us the details of the issues that were actually going on in State House. And we came gun blazing kuwa hiyo haiwezekani, hii haitakuwa, hii haijawahi kuwa, na haitakuwa. That's the last thing. And 2 days later, Baba came and said, we've been having talks. In fact, I and the first person that proposed that was who? The former president of Nigeria. And as you all know, if I have that interest, the person that must propose me is the president of the republic. That's the first time Raila called Ruto the president of the republic. He used to call him Bwana Ruto. Then he called him the president of the Republic of Kenya. He didn't just say Mr. President, he said the president of the Republic of Kenya. And he went further to have that presser, which was one of the most painful presser Baba has ever had, to me personally, on a personal level, because I could not believe. Now, all these rumors that were surfacing, that Nani alianza kitambo sana. Suluhu alianza sana, aliambia Ruto, if you want to survive in this government, mtu anakuharibia hii government ni nani? Ni Gachagua. Kumbuka Suluhu personally criticized Gachagua in her ex, if you remember that. And then when they had a meeting in Mombasa, we kept on denying and lying to ourselves that that will never happen. Politics has taught me one thing. I will never defend a politician. I will never. When these rumors come, they are supposed to prepare us for a bigger thing. So if you are wise enough, prepare your mind and heart. Such gravity, whereby you hear their own politicians actually accusing. When 3 politicians told us, hiki tu baba ameshaenda, we really, Jalango was one of them. Tomo Jianda was another one. And we say they were rebels, only to realize later on what actually nani alituambia hapa, our lady from Luo Nyanza, nimesahau jina lake, the madam nani huyu mwenye alikuja hapa the other day akatuelezea how Raila gave presidency to Ruto, and they had an agreement, wakarukana peke yao, whether it is rumors or not. But in the end of the day, we came to know that the 6 rebels that actually went ahead and started working with Ruto were not rebels. The lawyer wa Raila mwenye amekuja akatuambia Baba used to have 2 groups, the antagonists and the pessimists. And he used to make sure believe that they were the only people who are right. He came out and said Baba always had 2 camps. So when rumors come out on what we should be vendetta, I'm not going to wait for somebody to tell me that maybe I'm an extremist or not. There was a time I could have refuted such kind of things. I have come to know that there is a way things are communicated to us. And the nature of that communication is very subtle as it unfolds. And once it unfolds, it only becomes a shock because, first of all, we refuse to take in rumors. Secondly, we refuse to discuss rumors. Thirdly, we feel entitled that some people can never do some things. In politics, people have done things that we never thought they could. Number 1, I never knew Raila could greet Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He did. I forgave him. I never knew Raila could actually work with William Samoei Ruto, a man he refused to debate in the presidential candidate, a man who actually said to him, Kuwa, you gave sacrifice to your own son. If you start putting matusi Ruto ameambia Raila, alafu hapo unataka kuniconvince that Uhuru is not working with Ruto, mi nitacheka tu. I'm above and beyond that. I'm not going to be curtailed, not to discuss politics. I have subscribed to liberal intelligentsia when it comes to, I'm not going to be a conservative. Hiyo nayo niliacha kitambo sana. Because in the end of the day, I don't know the truth. And these rumors that come end up coming the truth. And for the fact we have seen things that are far-fetched, become the reality of that country. When Ruto told us, even if Oburu Odinga was to be put, today Oburu Odinga is there. Na tunafikiria it was not prophetic. Even if this Oburu Odinga was to be put, IBC chair, I will still win. It's a high time we must allow to discuss rumors. Let us not be conservatives. It helps us gauge the conversation. What if? Before it becomes when. So for me, I'm still going to hold. Ruto and Kalonzo waliongea. And I must have a conversation about that. I'm still going to hold this to be true. Uhuru was to be announced as 2060 vision chair until Gachagua said, I must discuss those things. If it rattles them so that they can come the side of Mwananchi, the better. But protecting them does not help me. What helps me is to rattle them. I will hold that position. Njiru.
Wow. Robert, so I want to advance our question more, and I want now to unite Robert and Budi, because nimesikia Robert anasema eventually that Ruto will not vie. That's what he thinks or he feels. Do you think, Bwana Mbudi, it is closer to reality that Ruto could be dawning and see that the reality that the Kenyans have rejected him? Or he will try to do all the gymnastics, including all the things he's doing, propaganda na nini, kusema wako pamoja, or he will want to split the opposition? Or do you think it is dawning to him that there's no path here?
Ruto, for all benefit of being fair, understands the politics of the establishment. Okay? Now let's talk about the politics, the corridors of power. Unaelewa? Let's talk, and I think one person who helped me understand this politics is Mbadi. Mbadi goes, when Raila is still wavering, if he should come out that he's supporting Ruto or not. Because for a very long time, Raila just said, we donated, we are not. Eventually he came to say that we are in a broad-based government. Especially when we started seeing him in these meetings, the cabinet. In fact, there was a time the treasury gave Raila a report of the, and then we started asking on how does Raila actually receive the report from the treasury? You remember us asking that. Now, Mbadi goes, there was a person who died in Gwasi or in those Ndiwa area. In the famous speech, Mbadi comes say, we have stopped having the politics of populism. We must engage with the powers to be. This is what will give us power. We can win as much as we can, but we will never be in power. It's a high time we wake up. Now, Ruto has understand on how to coalesce powers, and that is what exactly he's doing right now. That is what he is doing right now. And unless and until we wake up from this deep slumber and say, okay, What option and what else do we have? So such kind of rallies that we are having is really, really destabilizing the establishment. And that is what actually is making them sleepless, you know. So kuna watu wengine hapa sijui, you know, it is my personal decision. It is not your decision. Wewe ukitaka go to the nearest hell and jump. We sijui ni nje kitambo ulikuwa sijui unajiita nini. We go to the nearest dump and dump yourself there. I will speak here because I come up here as a person who does not jificha kule na majina na change kila wakati. Now, whatever Ruto is doing is what we must castigate and keep talking, because you are looking at politics from the point of election. Politicians have had power, they are close to power, and they know how sweet power is. So the question to Njiru kuja kwako ni, does a politician need an election to get power, or they know they can get power with a mock election while they get power in their own way while they're actually deceiving us? That is what has happened throughout.
So do you think
you make arrangements?
And
if you saw Ruto last time, before, I don't know who wants to talk. Ruto last time in the election, and I think he was deceiving Gachagua, and I think Gachagua got deceived in this. Wakati huu hatutakuwa na makubaliano. Wakati huu hatutakuwa na mkate nusu. Wakati huu hatutashare government. He kept saying like that. He kept saying that
because it was fashionable to people, because also I think people are also tired.
Negotiate keeps on saying this. It was never true. So don't you think it's the same thing now going on behind? Don't you think now, obviously, the who is who in Kenya are actually on the table talking about it from your stand of view? And we are preempting this from what is happening.
Can you hear me, Budi?
I can hear you.
Okay. What I'm asking myself, because I understand that narrative, which was very fashionable that time, because majority, what especially maybe in Mlima Kenya, people are saying wamechoka na maserikali za nusu mkate. So I think Ruto was able to trigger something which he felt it would work. But now, what I don't know is up to now, I do not see Ruto having a narrative which can actually win a new group of people. I have not seen him having a narrative so far. Amejaribu narrative ya Singapore, it met a dead end. Akaleta sijui hii narrative ya kusema like we are going to change Kenya exorbitantly. So when it comes to development, he has met a snag. So the question which I'm asking is, even as he consolidates the establishment, what will be the messaging which will drive people at the end of the day? Because he needs messaging which will drive people. Well, all his messaging has been meeting a dead end. Hakuna messaging yake, especially people like akina Gachagua, who anything which Ruto comes with, unasikia wakisema muachane na hiyo uongo ya Ruto. And now Kenyans have put in their Mediro Brangata, Ruto is a liar. So how is he going to conceive a messaging? And the Kenyans have already preempted him as a liar. So how does he even package a messaging? And how is the establishment going to help him?
I think they found a boogeyman, but unfortunately, he became a boogeyman for the politician, not for the people. At first, it was fashionable to talk about Gachagua, ule mkabila. People like you bought it. At some point, I bought it. But over time, it is not working. Unanielewa? That was the rallying call the clarion call that the politicians were talking about. Till to date, people like Junet keep on talking like that. Hule Mukabila. Nobody's listening to that sentimental argument that is very foolish and does not hold water. Unaelewa? So if you look at what the last ODM meeting did, and I watched it keenly on how they came out on the issue of 50-50 with UDA. UDA has been weakened to the core. Unaelewa? To a point that ODM now is taking advantage and telling the president that if you want a working arrangement, you must share 50% of the government. And you haven't heard even the president complain about it because statistically, UDA has become a village party too. If you look at it from a truthful point of view, from Western, from other regions where it had votes, you can almost say that even in the rift itself,
Aisha Mwajuma, imagine they have even lost that useless woman.
In the rift too, it's only that the fourth estate it's not projecting the reality. So ODM is making.
I lost you.
I think my Bluetooth. Can you hear me? I think my Bluetooth is gone. Can you hear me?
Uko sawa, go ahead. Uko chonjo, go ahead. Speak up. Budi, I can hear you. Just unmute and talk. Ama nijaribu siwezi ku unmute. Speak up. Just go ahead. Ama Kiprira ama Julia muchukulie. Can you tell me messaging ya Kasongo itakuwa gani raundi? Jerry, can you take up on that? What will be his messaging? Because somehow Kenyans still want messaging, whether you are a crook or what. If you, that's why I somehow want to agree with the robber. Because how do you vie and you don't have message? Ruto has not been able to conceive any message. So how is he going to approach the next year election?
Now, their approach is this, their approach, which already has flopped, is this. And it's already flopped. They don't know how to come up with a new approach. Their approach is this. The approach was to make sure that they bring hatred, 42 versus 1, or 41 versus 1, something of the sort, which basically has flopped. Gachagua came up with the narrative of high cousins, and it really worked well because people refused to buy that idea. And the fact that people like Junet are coming actually openly and saying that we actually impeached this guy because we were given money, it's actually even exonerating Gachagua from it. Now, the other thing, the narrative they are coming up with that actually, again, for the benefit of, it's not like I'm a sycophant of Gachagua, but Gachagua keeps on detonating these people in the way that sometimes I wonder where the wisdom is coming from, is they sit down and they have a problem with Kikuyus. So people like Duale do not know how to handle it openly. They come up and say, what? Watu ndio wanatusumbua. How do we deal with them? Then he comes out and goes to his people and says, you people are hyenas. So what they are actually trying to do is to prompt hatred against the what? The mountain. But they know that the mountain, if it remains together, they can't handle it. Okay? That's why I say it already flopped. So they are using people like Ruku to say that it has come a high time that the mountain must split. People like Kichungwa to come up and say, what? Oh,
remember even Kiambu at one time.
Kiambu is not part of. So that's why I'm saying, whatever narrative they are coming with, it's already flopped. And then Kenya has gotten another gift. Of all those, Kenya has gotten another gift, a rallying gift that the Western, which actually has also been used as a boogie vote for a very long time, for the first time, maybe, and I'm still holding, I still have the stand of Ani Saingine anakuanga nayo watu Western, Saingine misi waelewi. Kama the other day, unaona tena wako wengi kwa Dismas Barasa ambako unashangaa, are they not learning unajua saa ingine I don't even know. I mean, the politics of Kenya sometimes inaweza kukuumiza, especially watu wa Western. Isipokuwa leo ndio wamepiga tena Dismas Barasa. If you look, if Western rallies, and they know very well coastal region is a grab up, and it always gravitates to the opposition, not the government. Always. And they know that. They've taken their statistics. ODM has lost completely. And I've said it over and over and over, you've seen. So whatever they are trying to bring is not working. But are they sleeping? They are not. As I said, they have resigned to the fact that Sifuna might win the popular vote. But what do they do to engineer and make sure that on the counties, they frustrate him, they force a run, and now that they will have more governors that they have rigged, they don't want to rig the presidential candidate, they want to rig the governors. So when we go to the second round, the governors now campaign for the president. And you know it's simple majority. And we are not going to allow that. That is the narrative that holds them right now. They want to make sure that round one, they pacify us. And you all know, round two, the turnout is never the same. The governors have taken over. They are naming the cabinet. They are naming the speakers, ABCD, because the election is not going to be the next day. So they are going to use it while they are doing, because in the end of the day, when the governors win and they take center stage or settle to start a government, they still need the national government. So the national government, because devolution has not been fully fashioned, they will use the national government to direct the county governments so that they can make sure. Unfortunately, we needed to put a firewall on how to deal with a run-up election. And I think the authors of our constitution, maybe they realized it, but they did not know how to fully put a hedge whereby if we have an incumbent running, what do we do with him in regard to a run-up? That is the only option Njiru wako nayo. But this thing needs to be won round one. Now, this is where I buy what Njeri has been telling us all the time, Madam Julia Kua. If we want Ruto to go home, we must make sure. Saa ingine tunafanya mchezo, tunafikiria kuwa saa ingine hii 6-piece inakuanga mbaya. But if we truly want to take Ruto out this time around, I mean, we have no option. That 6-piece, tutamuuliza, wewe umetoa kura wapi? MCA hujashinda. MP hujashinda. Senator hujashinda. Women rep hujashinda. Na governor hujashinda. Sasa hii 6 yako ya presidency umeshinda kutoka wapi? That is the only guard that we need. But otherwise, we allow the man to take us to the second round with simple majority. That is where we will make a mistake. But as of now, as we talk, if we have to go to election, as of now, if the reality, unless 10 months later, you know, there is kukosana kwa Matiang'i, watu wakosane Kalonzo, ABCD, which I don't see because the Kenyans are rallied. They are sick and tired of Ruto. I mean, if there is anything, I think Nani was very clear. Sifuna, our agenda is to take this man out. If that agenda remains, we must make sure that round one, the guy is gone. Just the same way people did in Ol Karau. That they made sure that there was no contestation, that where unaweza sema ABCD ati sijui polling station moja alishinda, ya pili alishinda, lakini ya kushinda. You know, we made sure that even the polling station whereby the candidate was coming, the UDA candidate, he lost. You make sure that he loses. That is the strategy that we must hold. So far, so good. Everything looks good. But number 2, hiyo ya kwenda rerun, that is where I have a problem, Njiru.
Do you think the opposition is aware of that? Or do you think they are visualizing that?
Do you know that the run-up ndio inapeanga all opposition wakisha spend pesa, ndio inawapeanga inarudisha pesa yao, ndio inawapeanga kazi. Do you know that?
Yes.
So you expect them to tell you. You either give them the job on number one, or number two, they bargain for jobs.
And when they bargain for the jobs, they remove the money.
Will you blame them? Because our politics is fashioned in a way that we don't have the Finance Act, whereby we fully furnish our politics by what? By public money, by financing our campaigns. People end up selling their own properties to want a seat. So by that time, if somebody sees that they are going to lose completely, they would rather resign to a seat. Hapo ndio watu wanapangwa, ndugu yangu. Utakuwa UN, utapewa speaker, utafanya nini, and the people will go to the highest bid.
So in other words, you are saying if it is to nuke Ruto, we nuke Ruto round one.
Round one over 63%. Over 63%.
Tukue na coalition tatu, tukue tena coalition tatu, alafu tuende runoff, mushindwe sana.
We have no option. This thing ni one bet. One bet. The same way Rwanda, Zambia did it, the same way the Gambia did it, the same way Senegal did it, the same way Botswana did it. One. Period.
I think we have a script. We have a script from those countries. Our generals should look at how those countries did, and they follow the script. They don't need to invent anything.
Acha niachie hapo, Robert tena amerudi.
No, ni Mama Mary. And actually, by the way, even some of those countries, the similarity with Kenya is that they came and just got a dynamic candidate from nowhere. Most of those elections have been won by a dynamic candidate. Somebody who was not a veteran in politics. Mtu tu ametokezea tu. That is why Sifuna, huyu mtu mumuangalie sana. Mama Mary, endelea.
Thank you, Njiru. Nasalimia kila mtu, nasalimia Njeri, nasalimia Alex, Cowboy number 1, nasalimia Kip, hata wewe Njiru. Thank you so much. And I'm just here to say something, just few words. Alex, I'll support that one notch, one touch, one touch. The very beginning, one touch, hakuna kurudi nyuma. Wakenya msikubali habari ya round ya pili. Round ya kwanza tu tumalizane na huyo mtu. What are we trying to give chances of somebody who have done all this damage to our country? Ni nini hiyo ambayo watu wa Kenya wataona ya kufanya ati atapewa round ya pili? Yani kuna wale watu wanaona wamvotie ndiye apate round ya pili. Please, Kenyans, one touch, hiyo mambo tumalizane nayo asubuhi. Wacha hivyo anatuambia ati tu relax, yeye atatumalizia asubuhi, sisi tumumalizie. You see, there was an animal that huyu Simba alisema ati akaita wanyama wote akawaambia wamchague awe king. Wanyama wakamwangalia, one animal, I can't remember which animal was it, akasema wewe ulikula anti wangu, ulikula mama yangu, alafu unaniambia nikuchague uwe king. Simba akawajibu akawaambia, mimi mkinichagua niwe king, sitarudi kukula nyama, nitakula majani. And the animals laughed. So, what am I saying? Ruto has started hunting people from side to side. Anachukua huyu, anamwangalia, anamwambia wewe nitakupea hiyo kiti cha deputy nini nini, anarudi anamwachilia, sababu ni kutega. Sasa anatega, anachukua yule mwingine anamwambia. But my biggest question is, as a Kenyan lay person, hawa watu ni watu wako na akili ama hawana akili? Ni watu wameona vile Ruto amefanya nchi yetu ama hawajaona? Ni watu wameona vile amefanyia watu wengine ambao wamekuwa deputy wake ama hawajaona? Ama hawako kwa hiyo nchi? Me, I'm so shocked. Wazee wazembe ambao wanaongeleshwa kama sijui mtoto, na unakubali kuingiza miguu yako hapo. You know very well you could be on the slaughter table the next minute. Unajua kabisa ukiingiana na huyu mtu umjue siri zake atakumalizia asubuhi. And yet you are trying to joke around with this kind of a person. Mimi nasikia Oparanya, nasikia Oburu, nasikia sijui nani mwingine, ati mnapromisiwa you are going to be my deputy. Kwani hiyo deputy ni nini? What is that compared to your life? And these people are not poor. They have a lot of money. And yet they can be fooled around. Na wanakubali. Ama ni mchezo wanacheza tu, maybe ni msaha. Because I can't believe Oparanya can be told ati nitakufanya deputy wangu just like that. Wananchi wako wapi saa hiyo? Sisi ndio tutachagua yule atakuwa deputy, yule atakuwa president. We don't care where you turn your head to. Ruto hata uchukue nani? Hata ulete Lincoln, hata ulete Obama, hata ulete nani? Being that you are the principal holder, we are not negotiating and we are not interested to hear what you are talking about. We are fed up. Na hawa wazee sijui kama wanaelewa, Kenyans are fed up. They are just looking at us like fools. Like we are going to follow them where they go. I'm sorry, ole wako. Sisi hatuwezi fuata watu ambao wanakaa kama wanyama. You don't think for you yourself, ni mtu mwingine anakufikiria. And you argue with your own brain and think what you are thinking. Just digest. Digest what you have seen about our country with this regime. Alafu naenda kuingiza miguu yako. What is this? Alex, umesema watu wanauza properties. Why are they selling properties? To go where? Ni kwa nini uuze property yako ndio uchaguliwe? Because you are not a good person. Unajua huwezi kujisema ati wewe ni mzuri. Watu ndio watajua wewe ni mzuri. And you cannot give us money so that we see you good. That is not the negotiating part. And we are not going to accept. And this time round, I think Kenyans have learned that money means nothing. Olkalau has shown us money means nothing. And so we should not play with our lives because people have money. If they have money, let them stay home. Eat their money. Since we are poor, we want to have our way. Hata kama ni machokora tutachukua, tuchague, we will. Rather than mtu ajipige kifua aseme ni pesa zake zilimfikisha hapo. In fact, the moment you vote for these people, after they have spent their money, they will just come back and tell you, you did not vote for me. I used my money. So it is a very big shame to you Kenyans when you are being misused, brought 5,000 ati ndio ununue chakula ya jioni for one day, and then you are thrown away. Your life, your future is curtailed. These are things that Kenyans have learned now. Na mna wakati mzuri sana wa kujirekebisha na kujua kwamba hawa watu hawatupendi hata kidogo. So we have to go with our own. See our own like tribal. Our own that we find that this is a person who can negotiate for us. This person who can stand with us. Sio watu ambao tunachagua alafu wanashika njia wanaenda Nairobi kukaa huko. And you are left there tormenting. My fellow Kenyans, it is not time of money. It is time for your own wisdom. Uchague mtu ambaye atakusimamia kwa wakati ujao. Si ati anasimamia uhai wako. I mean this. Somebody who can represent you. Because nothing we get from the government except that we want to be at liberty. We want to live in peace. We have to have security. And this cost of living should be low so that we can be able to afford for our family. Those are the things we are looking for. We are not looking that the government will bring food at our door. We are not interested with that. Na kama ni hivyo wanaweza kutuletea chakula mbaya. We are the people who are going to make our own food. But we should be given ample space ambayo inaweza kutupatia chance ya kutengeneza maisha yetu. Sisi hatutaki kutengenezewa maisha yetu na serikali. Serikali tunachagua ndio itupee hali ya security. Cost of living iende chini kwa sababu lazima they control the price of what is coming in and going out. And then we live in our homes, enjoying our fruits that we are getting from our fields with no worry. Those are the things we are looking for, just basic. Lakini serikali ile tuko nayo inakufuata mpaka kwako nyumbani, inataka kujua uko na kuku ngapi, uko na mbuzi ngapi ndio upewe permit. Do they care where those mbuzi or kuku feed on? The other thing I want to mention to Kenyans. Unaona hizi borehole watu wanachimba kwa mashamba yao. Can you imagine you have worked so hard kupata hiyo maji ikuje juu, umelipa wenye kuchimba, umelipa wenye wanakuja kuisource ndio ikue sasa inasambaza maji kwa shamba lako, serikali inakuja na mita. This water is not from them. You are the one who have struggled. You are the one who have looked for those people to come and inspect your land. Anakuja hapo anaweka mita. Just because this documentation that has been used for you to get that water has been forwarded to the government. So they know there is a borehole somewhere. Go put the meter and you'll be paying that meter. Ebu niwaulize wa Kenya. Kweli kabisa naweza kuwa ninalima chakula kwa shamba yangu, unakuja kunitoza ushuru. Na hujui ni fertilizer nimenunua pesa ngapi, nimetumia watu wa kunisaidia kulima wangapi, ni pesa ngapi nimetumia kulima hiyo shamba. You don't care. But you come when I'm trying to enjoy the fruit of my shamba. Look at that. Na hii kitu niwaambie wazi, ilipitishwa huko kwa bunge. Na ilipitishwa na huyo mtu unasikia anaitwa Ndwale. Na uniambie Ndwale amechimba borehole ngapi huko kwao? Amechimba ngapi huko kwao? Ndio iwe sasa anafuatilia watu kwa mashamba yao, wawekewe mita so that they can get all that money. Free money. Mimi nimestruggle. Mimi nimefanya hiyo kazi yote. Nimejaribu kujisaidia ndio niweze kutengeneza chakula kwa shamba yangu. Serikali nayo inakuja inasimama hapo inaniambia nitaanza kulipa mita. Mita ya kutoka wapi? Wameshindwa na kuleta maji ya serikali watuwekee mita. Wewe unashughulika alafu unakuja kuwekewa mita. On your own land, on your own water ambayo Mungu amekusaidia ikawa inawezekana. Those are things that we have to look at. And that is what we are looking for, people who can defend us for that. Hatuwezi kuwa tunatumia pesa zetu kutengeneza area yako, alafu mtu anakuja kutoka huko from nowhere. Anaanza kukuwekea ushuru ambao utalipa. Sijui ni ya kumalize ama ni hiyo mambo ya maji imalizwe. I was so saddened to hear that is how far they have gone, following people in their own home. And remember, this is the same government that had tried to impose. Ati wanasema ukiwa na ng'ombe watakuja wahesabu uko na ng'ombe ngapi, uko na mbuzi ngapi, ndio upewe permit. Can you imagine? Hizo ng'ombe ni wewe unalisha, wewe ndio unalipa mchungaji, wewe ndio unajua security ya hizo ng'ombe zisije kuibiwa. You have tried to put security around your perimeter, but the government feels that you are working for them. And that is how we look like this time round. Na hizo ndizo zile vitu tunataka kuondolewa. Sisi wananchi hatuwezi kuishi like slaves in our own country, in our own land. It is so sad. So what I'm trying to say, Wakenya ni one touch, asubuhi na mapema, tumalizane na huyu mtu. Hivyo anaanza kutafuta wakina Oparanya na watu wengine huko, ati nitakupea hii, alafu akionekana hawezi kuleta kura nyingi, anatupwa, anachukua mwingine. Kwani nyinyi wanaume mmekuwa nini? I'm sorry to say so. Nyinyi wanaume mmekuwa nini? Watu ambao tulikuwa tunafikiria you stand firm on your ground like a man and say no, I can't do that. Mambo ya aibu kabisa. Unaambiwa leo ni wewe, mambo yote inajaa Kenya, ni Oparanya. Siku ingine ni Oburu, siku ingine ni mwingine. What are we seeing? Do we have people who can stand on grounds and defend the constitution of our country? Because now we are perishing. Na hiyo ndio ile kitu tunataka kumaliza kabisa, watu waendelee na maisha yao. The future is there, but we have to work for it and fight for it. Thank you, Njiro. That's all I had.
Sawa, Mama Mary. Yeah, thank you. Maybe let me first of all react to our poll hapa, alafu tuendelee. Tumeweka poll hapa. Sifuna is leading at 54. Gachagua is closely behind him at 42. Ruto 0. So kwa hivyo sio mchezo. Congratulations watu wa Ruto, mmewafukuza. Ama mlikuwa mnanienjoy the other day. Then Kalonzo is at 4. Yeah, Kalonzo. Kwa kusema ukweli, Kalonzo is not doing well, but I don't know. Although my poll is giving me otherwise. So, and the beauty is that I am also seeing vile poll yenyu inaenda ndivyo the same pia poll yangu inaenda. So, in terms of ratios, not in terms of numbers. Unajua yenyu haina watu wengi sana, so definitely numbers have to be high because yenyu ija plateau. You know, a poll has to plateau. But the ratios are the same. At least I'm getting hope on that. Ratios, when I say 27 divided by 24.
Unaona dini ya Kalonzo. If Kalonzo, for me, I don't know, Kalonzo is the most favorable presidential candidate. If Kalonzo just goes to the coastal region, I don't know who advises Kalonzo. Kalonzo akuwe tu na mkutano, atoke kutoka Nairobi bila uoga. He doesn't need money. Awachane na ujinga ya Sonko. Aende Mlolongo, aende mpaka Mombasa, akae huko wiki mbili, aende Kwale, atransfer kule. Kalonzo polls will go up more than anybody. But as long as he is lazy.
Na kwa nini hapendi kufanya mikutano? Nataka unielezee.
I don't know. Sasa mimi ndio nitajua. Kwani mimi najua Kalonzo?
No, I'm just saying, I want us to reason because like mbona asitengeneze mikutano, anzie kualika hao wengine.
Sasa wewe unataka ni answer your question. Ati mbona? Like seriously? Will I know the answer?
Na mziniambia ati ni do. Kwani mikutano siku hizi na hiyo do?
Mimi siwezi kuambia ni pesa ama ni nini, but I just feel bad that Kalonzo. Now listen, I want you to listen to me. I feel bad that Kalonzo has had every opportunity, a golden opportunity, that none of the presidential candidates, any presidential candidate, even today, remember when Kalonzo alitoka tu kidogo, akaenda, akapeleka, akapea ile fimbo Orengo, akaenda huko, akaongelesha mtoto wa nani Raila vizuri, akamwambia you are now my son, I'll take care of you. We were happy. The problem is that Kalonzo is lazy. I mean, mtetee vile mtataka, but I don't know, man. You just can't hold one rally in 6 months. Ona Linda Mwananchi juzi, imekuja tu juzi. Wameenda sijui Busia, wakaenda Kakamega, wakaenda Kisumu, next week wanaenda Meru. Where is Kalonzo and his machinery? All we want is Kalonzo to go to the coast. Amekataa. Bado mnasema Kalonzo tosha. Hakuna. His pools are going to be even worse if he doesn't do better. Kalonzo just needs to kick his campaign and just go. Aende kule mahali Wakamba wako Nairobi, kuwa na meeting. Atoke hapo, akuwe na major meeting, stop offer. He does not need money, he needs just a convoy. Aende mpaka kule coast, secure coast totally, completely.
Na rhetoric, mkutano pia inahitaji rhetoric. Aingie huko.
We don't need his rhetoric, we just need his presence. We already have Gachagua for rhetoric, my friend. I'm being honest. We don't need kusumbua Kalonzo on all these things. We want him to mobilize the coastal region by all necessary means. That is my whole essence of Kalonzo. Is an asset, and he must be an asset to the end of the day. He is the most preferred, and the reason I say the most preferred, the within any coalition watu wanaogopanana. Huwezi niambia Gachagua atasema ni Matiang'i mtu alimtoa na underwear kutoka kwa bedroom. Let's be honest. Kuna uoga hapo. Sifuna is very unpredictable. He is too honest and too tough. Anaweza fika kula aseme Gachagua hata wewe ulisema. Kalonzo is the rallying point ya watu. When they sit down is a safe pair. As a fact, but amekataa pulse zimemkataa because he doesn't want to mobilize his base, and hiyo base yake itamsaidia vizuri sana. So when people sit down, his history is very good. Alisimama na baba even wakati ana nini, na kuna Wajaluo watampa kura for the fact that, like seriously, kuna Wajaluo that you will never take out of Kalonzo because they remember kuwa na yeye alikuwa nao at the hardest time. So these polls are still preliminary. I believe that they can do better. It's only because Sifuna is doing even more and more rallies than any other person. And people have this issue in their head that, Nani is not going to run for presidency. He will give it to Sifuna. What is his name? Gachagua. Alafu atatoa deputy president. Which might be true. But Kalonzo, it's not that his numbers are bad. He's not showing up more and more the way he should. The position that Gachagua has today, that is the position of hiyo ni position ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo should have taken that position, but he didn't. And you can't blame Gachagua for that.
Sawa, kuna video nataka kuwapea hapa mureact. This is Kisii Senator, and the Kisii Senator gave a serious direction. Nataka muisikilize, and then you tell me who best anasema nini.
Sisi we are going on the Western Alliance. Itakuwa sasa wakinegotiate hapa na sisi tunanegotiate. Wanasema 1 million, tunawaambia 1 million. Wakisema ni president, tunawaambia vice. Wakisema sisi finance, tunawaambia agriculture. Sisi tuko na Sifuna. Sisi we are going on the Western Alliance. Itakuwa Waluya, Wajaluo, Wakisii na Wakuria. Hiyo story tumalize, tumwongee Eastern Alliance. Sasa wakinegotiate hapa na sisi tunanegotiate. Wanasema 1 million, tunawaambia. Wakisema ni president, tunawaambia vice. Wakisema sisi finance, tunawaambia agriculture. Sisi tuko na Sifuna. Sisi.
I want us to discuss that. This gentleman or this man is saying they're in the Western Alliance. Wanangojea Eastern Alliance. I don't know nani yako hapa niulize swali nataka kupumzika kidogo bwana. Jerry, are you there? Okay, wacha niulize Budi, Mama Mary ataria. Budi, when Onyonka is talking of Eastern Alliance, what is Eastern Alliance?
Hiyo ndawacha hiyo siasa hiyo, wacha for today, wacha niache, wacha ni kunywe Piriton nilale bwana.
Haya, so Mama Mary, umesikia vile Onyonka amesema?
Nimesikia.
Umemwelewa? Have you heard kama amesema kitu? Umesikia yeye amesema mimi na support Sifuna and we are on the Western Alliance, na akaditi Western Alliance vile inakaa, akasema sisi tunangojea the Eastern Alliance, wakitoa hii sisi tunatoa hii, wakiweka you have seen the demonstration. Ebu nitandazie hiyo information.
Amesema kitu, si ni kitu amesema. Amesema
watu wanajipanga vinoma.
Amesema ameongea. You know Njiro, sisi kama wananchi tunaangalia hawa watu bila wanaongea na tunataka kujua mwelekeo wao ni gani. What is our problem right now? Our problem, na tumesema mara nyingi, problem yetu ni nini? Ni Ruto. Is not anybody else. Ruto na makanga yake ndio wanatusumbua kwa nchi yetu. So these are the things, to my own understanding or thinking, I hope these people are talking things that really materializes in a way that they are not going zoning. Wawe ni watu ambao wanatuelewa, ni watu ambao wameshikana, kwa sababu ukisema ati wewe uko pande hiyo ya East ama hiyo maneno ya Kisii, Kuria na West, ati sasa mwende hivyo. Do you want to tell us that then we should, you know, separate ourselves from you guys? Onyonka, nafikiri maongeo yake, mimi for my own thinking, in all ways that he has been talking, sijawahi kusikia ameongea jinsi ya kuwa ati opposition imekuwa divided. Nimesikia mara nyingi vile anaongea watu wako pamoja, tuko pamoja. The problem is hii serikali ambayo tunataka kuiondoa. That's all what I understand. But for him to say whatever he said, I will not take it that they are gone. I'll just wait for the time to see what is his reaction. What does he plan? What does he mean?
Mama Mary.
Yes.
That was a response. That's why I didn't want to talk about that. Was a local response of ukiona akimaliza kuongea naongea Kikisii. I am not sure what happened, but on Saturday, Matiang'i was in Utawala, and the only person that he was with was Morara Kebaso na Osero, Patrick Osero. And in the main Kisii radio stations and TV station, a debate started. Do we have a presidential candidate or our people have moved to Sifuna? And it has been a very intense debate. Morara Kebaso has successfully convinced a section of Kisii people that Onyonka is leading the team because he knows Jubilee will not go anywhere to make alliance with Sifuna. Na Morara Kebaso amesema, if we do that, we will sell our soul. That is the same mistake Wamunyoro alijipata katika wati kwa government. So Onyonka has been doing very well in the polls. Now the people of Simbarati wamekuja wakasema, this is what we told you. Tuliwaambia Matiang'i is not going to be chosen as a presidential candidate. So, if he's not, why are you fighting Simbarat? So Onyonka is replying and responding that they are trying to fix the Western Alliance. Unanielewa Mama Mary? The reason they are with all this, so ndio maana anasema Wajaluo, including Orengo, this is a Western Alliance and a bloc. They are making sure that it's consolidated. And then the Eastern one, watakuja nayo, so that together they take the presidency and they will agree on the candidate. But now the propaganda that is on the ground is yeye aliendorse Sifuna wakikuwa wapi? Taita Taveta. Tena akaendorse Sifuna wapi? Akikuwa kule Bungoma. So walikuwa namuuliza wewe uko wapi? And already the person that was supposed to be the easiest to beat, now the polls show that he's doing much better than Onyonka. In fact, Kibageni went and also responded today. Was it yesterday or yesterday? I saw it yesterday and I was laughing. Akasema, nimesema Wamunyoro for presidency. Nimesema Kalonzo for presidency. Nimesema Gachagua for presidency. Mbona nikisema Sifuna for presidency, mnakasirika? See, I thought we are a team. So he has also tried to respond. So the person beating them on the ground is Osoro. Osoro is saying, mimi ndio peke yake napenda Matiang'i because nimeambia Matiang'i kuwa wewe kuja tutengeneze block ya Nyanza na sisi tu agitate for the deputy president because Wajaluo hawana na wameshindwa. So the person wanataka kuweka ni Oparanya. Why don't we come with ours na Wajaluo so that we can also, because kiti ya deputy president, it is for grabs. So Onyonka has been sucked into that conversation. So he was responding to that. But he didn't respond very well, and he didn't go very well with many people. So Morara Kebaso is riding on that. That the people around, the people that were around Matiang'i, they have all deserted him. He is the only one who has come in to save Matiang'i. Hawataki kwenda kanisa na yeye, hawataki kwenda anywhere na yeye. Sasa wanataka tu kutembea na Sifuna kila mahali na picha zao kila siku wako na Sifuna. So Onyonka was actually responding towards it. It was a heated debate across, I think, all 4 radio stations in Kisii. And I think with many these online TVs, nimeona Onyonka trying to, do the control damage. But every time he opened up his mouth, it became worse and worse and worse. So if I was him, I would have kept quiet and found a way of dealing it quietly other than, responding the way he responded. Why? Because the competitors, because that's why I said internal democracy is very difficult, more especially when everybody is agitating for their presidential candidate, and then instead of you agitating for yours, you agitate. And that's why I said long time ago, for me, I think that Sifuna has superseded who? Matiang'i's time is over. I said it. But hata pia mimi nilipata backlash yangu. So for them, they don't know how to bring it out because they are seeking elective offices. Through what? Through Jubilee. In fact, they don't want that Jubilee in Kisii, but they don't know how to tell Matiang'i. They just don't know how to tell Matiang'i the truth, kuwa Jubilee is not our party. We made it very clear from the very beginning that this party you're bringing is going to cause problem to you. You rather have your own. We told him, we have Wamunyoro today because of that mistake. You can't ride on somebody's party. He refused. Now, his foot soldiers have finally found out that Jubilee will never be their party because the party leader seems to be talking to who? To Ruto, according to them. According to them, what they said, hii Jubilee inaongea na Ruto kando na sisi hataki kuongea na Ruto. That is why they are not openly agitating for Jubilee anymore. But they don't know how to tell the party leader the truth.
Are they late to have another party?
Too late. Too late. Too late.
Watu washajipanga, Mama Mary.
Too late. Sisi tuko linda mwananchi bwana.
Ama aingie wa Munyoro, ama waingie DCP.
Never. Hiyo UDA itapata viti Kisii wakifanya hivyo.
Oh, so kwa hivyo afadhali
So can he stick on Jubilee?
Matiang'i is a confused fella. We wrote letters, we told him don't do this. He ended up telling us it has structures, it has ABD. The president will support him. I will never disappoint the president. Tukamwambia already party iko na shida. Kanini Kega na sisa yake walitaka kuichukua. Essentially it was a negotiation between Ruto and nani, ndio hii party kabaki. It was supposed to be dusted. You cannot enter politics. Uko na party yako ambayo Nyamira ilishinda nayo nini? Ugavana. The guy never listened.
Which party is that?
Go and see it.
No, just tell me.
It's some weird party. The governor of Nyamira comes from the party of Matiang'i. Majority of MCAs in Nyamira comes from that party. He dumps the party. Morara Kebaso came to him because he knew eventually atakuwa na shida na hii party aingie inject party. He has been cornered by Morara Kebaso. So si hatujui kama ataingia inject party ama ataingia yake. Whichever the case, it is too late. He has been cornered. He never listened to the conventional wisdom of politics. Watu wamekataa Jubilee. I don't know. So don't take Onyonka's statement to be a national. He is communicating a quiet discontent within the base. Mesikia Mama Mary?
I hear you.
Yeah. It was not on the national platform. But he spoke like as if they are trying to solve. The whole issue was telling people we have no option. We are going with Sifuna. That is what he keeps on telling people, but people don't want. They've made it very clear that all the rallies are Sifuna wameenda kule. So even with that, giving them a clear mandate that look, this place is where sisi tunaona we are found as members. Watu wamekataa. Unaona mahali shida hivyo? Hapo ndio shida iko. He was just addressing his base. And they haven't resolved, and I don't think them resolving this issue any soon. Naona moderator wetu ameenda na mimi nimechoka. Hii ni saa 4 imefika hapa na saa 5. Wacha tulale. Happy weekend, happy Friday. Wenye wako Kenya. Hapa ndio nitasemea kwa heri for today. Mami, good night.
Good night, Alex.
Okay, sawa. Mama Mary, you can give your final conclusion to full the show. It's not quite late. Mama Mary, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I just want to wish our people nice weekend, safe. But remember, umoja ni nguvu, na wakati ukifika, tafadhali ni hiyo tu, one touch. That's all I can tell my people, my countrymen, my Kenyans people, because that's all we can do to help ourselves. One touch. Tusipeane wakati wa pili. Hiyo ya pili, you never know what may come out. We need to do our best, be vigilant. Kama hiyo sasa maneno ya kuwa ati wanajaribu kuwa ati wataiba kura, watafanya nini. I really like the fashion that was done by Kalonzo. And you know, it was only one place that was going on that time. Na kulingana itakuwa nchi nzima wakati huo ukija. It will be tough for them if only we act seriously of what we like to have in our country. Nchi yetu ni muhimu sana, na ile mambo yote tumewekelewa ndio tunataka kujiondolea. Tumewekewa mambo mingi sana, expense. Muangalie muone stima vile imeenda juu. Muone wale watu wanafanya biashara vile wameharibiwa biashara. Muangalie muone watoto wetu hawaendi shule. Muangalie muone mahospitali hakuna dawa. Hata hakuna mahospitali yenye itatuletea nafuu. Kila kitu kimebadilika kwa ubaya. Si kwa uzuri, kwa ubaya. Hizi barabara tunaambiwa sijui nani watapitia. Because if we don't have the capacity of doing business, going around, ni za nini barabara, honestly? Si ati ninasema ile jambo ilisemwa na Dindi Nyoro ati barabara tutakula. But we need barabara while we have other things, other means that we can use that barabara for. Lakini mkiharibiwa maisha yenu, watoto wakose kusoma, sisi tuwe hohehahe, kile tunalima hakina ununuzi mzuri. Hata in fact watu ni kama wamechoka, wameshindwa na kufanya kazi zao because hakuna faida. So what are we looking for? Hiyo ndio ile kitu inatakiwa kuwasukuma kabisa. Hii mambo iwe one touch the very day when it comes. The very day when it comes. Because kama ningeulizwa ingefanyika leo, tuondoke hapo. People are really suffering, but kabla wewe ufikiwe, unafikiri maisha ni kawaida. It is really painful for so many people in Kenya. They are going through so much. Hawa mabwenyenye wanasema ati wasobe pesa waweke kwa magunia, waweke kwa store, wakiongoja hiyo siku. Can you imagine how much they are punishing Kenyan people? Kenyans are suffering because of those people. The few ones, very few. Labda ni 1,000 compared to millions of people who are going through so much. So Kenyans, it is us to fight for our liberty. Na hiyo ndio ile kitu tunaangalia. Kwa hivyo wananchi wetu, mimi nawahimiza, that day comes, let's fight for our country and for our future and for the future of our children. Niyo tu nitasema. Asante Njiro.
Okay, so Mama Mary, we can end the show. Tuonane kesho majaliwa yake Mwenyezi Mungu. Let's have this video ending it all.
He has come up with another con game deception. Very big one tonight. Ameita mativi saa moja.
Tonight, I invite every Kenyan to what I believe will become the most consequential national conversation since the adoption of our constitution in 2010.
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua preempted the President William Ruto's special national address by hours, claiming Ruto planned to deceive Kenyans by launching edit to address abductions, corruption, and other failures instead. When Ruto spoke that evening on Kenya's new national development vision, Beyond Vision 2030, he dropped any explicit Vision 2060 or Uhuru reference. He admitted Vision 2030 had fallen short of key targets, highlighted economic stabilization gains, and announced a national conversation starting August 12th to craft a new...
He has come up with another con game deception. Very big one tonight. Ameita mativi saa moja. Saa moja leo. Amepanga wa Kenya the way he'll con them and deceive them. Sasa leo saa moja. Nimwambie nisimwambie? Ati ameita State of the Nation address. Do you know what he is coming to do? Ati to launch Kenya Vision 2060. This guy Vision 2060. Ati apangie wa Kenya vile watakaa from now to 20. Ile 2030 aliua. Si ilikuwa 2030 ya Mwai Kibaki? Ameua hajaua. Sasa wewe umeua Vision 2030. Tonight you are calling Kenyans to deceive them that you are launching Vision 2060. The sad part, which has made me very uncomfortable, that he wants to appoint retired President Uhuru Kenyatta as to be the team leader. Sisi namwambia my elder brother President Uhuru Kenyatta, please usikubali kuingizwa kwa hiyo matope. Wakenya watakuchukia na watakudharau. Si ni uongo? Ati 2060. Yes.
Why are you still using bots for your meetings? How else am I going to remember what happened? Just use granola. Okay, what's granola? With granola, you get all the benefits of a note taker, but it never actually joins your call. So you could just jot down all of your notes and it will add them into a recap of everything that happened in your meetings. Wait, are you serious? Yeah, let me.
So, wewe William Ruto tonight, unless now because nimekutangaza ubadilishe. Because mimi nakujua. Ulikuwa unapanga kuja kudanganya wa Kenya at Vision 2060. At then our son Uhuru Kenyatta, mfalme wetu, kiongozi wetu, ati umuingiza kwa hiyo matope, ati aongoze uongo. Hiyo si ni uongo? We don't want our son President Uhuru Kenyatta aingizwe in that mix. We want President Uhuru Kenyatta apatiwe nafasi to retire in dignity. Alitufanyia kazi miaka 10, apewe nafasi apumzike. Kama Uhuru kuna kazi anataka kutoa maoni, angoje next year tukitoa serikali akuja tushauri. Lakini asikubali. President Uhuru Kenyatta must not agree to be drawn into that deception. Na akikubali ataaibika. Hata ile siku Uhuru alienda Ishaweri, si Uhuru aliaibika. Watu walipika kelele sana. We don't want wewe Ruto, don't drag our son into that nonsense. Wewe weka Kipchumba Murkomen akuwe team leader wa hiyo kitu. Ama ile Francis Atwoli. Si yako na watu wengi. Si apatie Atwoli. Give one of those characters mnakaa nao. What I urge you to do, Bwana President, tonight, when you come to the TV at 7, Many Kenyans have been switching TVs off when you come there. True or false? Please take time. Tell Kenyans why you ordered abductions of Gen Zs. Yeah? When you come on TV tonight, tell Kenyans why you ordered extrajudicial killings. That is what they would like to know. Tell Kenyans why you have made Kenya worse than Haiti, a nation of goons. Why have you made the National Police Service to be synonymous with goonism? Why are you persecuting the people of Kenya using police and goons? That is what the people of Kenya would want to know. When you come on TV tonight, tell the people of Kenya, why did you destroy free primary education that was bequeathed to this great nation by third president Mwai Kibaki? Kenyans would want to know. When you come on TV, tell them, why did you destroy Higher Education Loans Board? That model that served every Kenyan, I included, and brought something nobody can understand. When you come on TV tonight at 7, Kenyans would want to know, why did you interfere with the NHIF that was working? Instead of improving it, you brought an animal called SHA that is not working. That is what Kenyans want to hear from you. When you come on TV tonight at 7, after umemaliza mambo ya 2016, and please leave President Uhuru Kenyatta out of it, get time and tell us why you have pretended over the sale of public assets that belong to the people of Kenya. Tell the people of Kenya why, despite Rigathi Gachagua having dealt with the illicit brews, why you brought them back to kill our children. Kenyans would want to know. Tell the people of Kenya why you have made corruption
Nature's miracle. Permanently eliminate tough odors and stains at the source.
When migraine tries to make you miss the moment, don't miss out. Missed it with
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki is a man in trouble. This has become very clear in recent times to Kenyans. And all the telltale signs are there. Yeah, you're deputy president of a country. You're supposed to be busy, but your in tray is empty. There are no jobs or tasks being assigned to you. So you're very idle. That is usually a very big sign that your partner in the executive does not want you. It happened to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Raila's father, right at independence. In fact, this was the very first vice president of the country. It happened to Ruto, it happened to Gachagua, and now it is happening to Professor Kithure Kindiki. What is it with us Kenyans and the second most powerful person in the country, the number 2 post? It seems jinxed. Iko shida kubwa sana. While all that may be true, the case of this UDA politician, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, is special. It is different because we are dealing with a very different situation here. Yeah. Welcome to my show today, where I'm going to break it all down, and I can assure you it is super, super fascinating. And I'm going to prove it to you right away. And I hope you're ready for this one. These problems Kithure Kindiki is facing is a very clear sign of a crumbling regime. Oh yes, you heard me right. Think about it for a minute. Even in the corporate world, when you see big bosses being fired all over the place, it is usually a very clear sign that company is in trouble. Okay? And so, actually, this regime is in serious trouble. And I believe that is not breaking news. There are so many signs all over the place. They have been cornered in so many places. They are stuck. That is very clear. And so this Kithure Kindiki controversy is just one more amongst very many pieces of evidence that all is not well with this regime. I have gone further and said very clearly, it is going down. Let us not forget, in case you didn't notice, that Bwana Kindiki tried very hard. He tried very hard. Indeed, he even tried to change aspects of his character. He did things which were against his personal beliefs. Oh, yes. All in a desperate effort to be in the good books of his bosses. Okay, notice I used bosses. You can be sure I didn't choose that word carelessly. I know exactly what I'm saying. But in the end, it was not enough. How frustrating can that be? Let us break that down, and let me give you the most obvious examples. You remember Kithure Kindiki's tenure at the Interior Docket? And I'm sure you remember that he was there at the height of the protests, the Gen Z protests. Now, for starters, when you choose somebody for a job, their personality is important, right? I'm sure we all agree. Now, Bwana Kindiki, his personality and Ministry of Interior, aziendani, you need to be a Michuki or a Matiangi to be in that docket, or a former soldier like Kaiseri. In my opinion, that says something about a weakness in the appointing authority and the ability to get the right person for the right job. By the way, in sharp contrast, former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was very good at this. When the government rebranded the CID to the DCI, he really took his time, and finally he got the right man for the job. Remember a man called George Kenoti? A career policeman who was impossible to bribe. Anyway, I knew that Kindiki was in very serious trouble, and I'm sure many of you remember this. It was the eve of planned demonstrations, and Kindiki came out and talked at length about how the government was going to follow the law, the Constitution, in the way they handled the protests. He even emphasized that protests are a constitutional right. You know, the man is a professor of law. But what happened the next day? The government did the exact opposite. Vijana walipigwa risasi, etc., etc. And so one would have wondered, who is really in charge of the Interior Docket? Now it is very clear the reason why President Ruto decided to replace Gachagua with Kindiki was because he wanted a yes man. In other words, he did not want a deputy president to share ideas with, or somebody would second guess him, or somebody would make an alternative suggestion when he gave an order. No, he wanted a yes man. And Kindiki was perfect. His personality, perfect. However, there was a very major inevitable problem that was going to emerge. Can you guess what it is? When you give a man a job where he has to do things, he or she has to do things which are against their very nature, which will prick their conscience, sooner or later, their conscience will catch up with them. Sooner or later, because of their conscience, they'll hesitate. They will make a major blunder because it is not their nature. Now, the deputy president is supposed to deputize the president. And we know the kind of president we have. We know his tactics. We know how he plays the game. His approach many times is ruthless. But Kindiki by nature is not a ruthless man. In fact, he's the very opposite. He's fairly meek. And that is why I'm convinced the happy side of this story is that if and when they get rid of Professor Kindiki, he will be relieved. There'll be a huge burden lifted from his shoulders. My opinion. Please allow me a very important aside here that will help all of us. I believe the very big lesson to take away from this case of Professor Kindiki is that one has to be very careful who they associate with, your friends, the company you choose to work with, etc., etc. Why? Because if it goes against your character, your personality, your beliefs, your conscience, it will not work. And the damage could be quite serious for the rest of your life. This is a serious thing.